on eBay, and I constantly, I was telling Jennifer a few weeks ago about just giving instruction. So there's a lot of things that I know, and if people ask me, I'll just give straight instruction, and then they'll be able to do it. Like if Jennifer wanted to open up an eBay account, did something go wrong with Week in Review? Are you there, Jennifer?
Yeah? What's the matter?
It looks like the Week in Review ended.
Let's see. It says it looks like I'm live on my end. Uh,
It started a new stream. Something happened. The last one ended, and now there's a new one.
that's so weird. Okay, well, I wasn't actually looking at OBS at the time. From what I can tell right now, it's going. So, okay, wait a minute. There's still people commenting in chat. So, does it do we have to go to a different link?
It looks like it happened automatically. Whatever um, the last link is ended, and it's a new one restarted.
Okay.
We got Stephen James in the chat, and um, I mean, okay, like I don't agree with Stephen James about a lot of things, and it seemed like, ooh, gross, like I don't like you, or something like that. You say like, okay, you're like, okay, you're here, let's work together. You're like I mean, really, that was the modus operandi of the Lubavitch Rebbe: work together with people on what you agree with them about. And so that's always my, um, modus operandi: work together with people in what you uh, agree about, and so really, I'm with with anybody, and everybody, in terms like, here's what I know, here's what Jennifer's pretty good with that too. Like she helped a lot of people get started streaming, teach them how to use OBS or something like that. And it's really kind of just like taking instruction. It's like, can you help me? And she's like, okay, I'll help you. And just, can you listen and take the instruction? And if you can, then you're going to know how to do it. And then there's also networking. Can you like, I don't know if any I don't know my relation with Politically Provoked. Uh, can I get you on Adam Green? Can I get you on Politically Provoked? Can I get you on Luke Ford? Can I get you on, something like that? And can they speak to me? And if it's what you want, or a booking agent, IRL, it's usually um, business, or something tangible. If it's just a connection, can you throw in a good word? Like, because generally, um, saying like, oh, this person's not going to listen to me if I just reach out to them. I need you to throw in a good word for me so that they'll take me serious, or something like that. And so you try to avoid toxic situations. You could work with toxic people, like if it's profitable or there's benefit. So like if T Jump's kind of toxic, you could still work together with them, even though it's largely a toxic environment. But like your job or something, like if you're making money, or you're accomplishing some sort of greater goal, you might go to a toxic place of employment. Like, God forbid, like general society is pretty toxic. Like, like the Department
I
of
can
Building.
definitely remember instances of what you might describe as toxicity at my RCMP job. So yeah, maybe it's endemic or something.
Yeah, I'm saying, so, I mean, you can't necessarily avoid toxic things. You have to make a cost benefit analysis. But you don't want to be toxic, and you don't want the places to be toxic. And you're just thinking the streaming, that think, okay, like gears, like, just my frenemies, and like trolls or something like that, because we've been doing this a while, and thinking like, okay, I got people, consistent trolls for years now, and like I don't necessarily know who these people are. I don't even know, I don't want to know who they are. IRL, like I've had frenemies for decades, people that were basically, since the first time I met them, didn't really like me, and they probably still don't really like me, and so largely just don't really associate with them. And if they ask somebody, should they associate with me, they would probably say like, no, that guy's bad, stay away from them. And I mean, that's the nature of the world. And it could be that they're looking out for whatever reason, they see me as toxic or bad, and they're just trying to give good advice. um, and then if you put yourself in the public sphere, uh, sometimes you could try to build yourself out by destroying others. um, that's probably the general trend. That's kind of the Donald Trump T jump school of business hard knocks, and like T jump was debate. That's just how the world works. Get used to it. The weak get destroyed and defeated. Get used to it, and but that's not how I want to run my life. That's not what I have. Run week in review, and I don't want to be toxic where I have like less than 20 people watching, and they're like, we have to worry that they're trolls. Put the link in the chat and it's going to be a troll.
Well, I'm not really comfortable with putting a link in chat just in general.
Well, I'm saying, God
Theoretically,
forbid,
we
the
could.
situation of your own stream where the people who watch your own channel tune into your own channel, you don't feel comfortable putting the link in the chat to the people watching your own stream. And it doesn't like blame you for your like victim blaming or something, which is a sign of the greater karma. But it's saying like that's not good. It's not good that you don't feel comfortable. And I'm not saying you should. You might be right that you shouldn't, but like it's not a good thing that you don't feel comfortable putting the link in your own chat.
If I was using StreamYards, I could. So perhaps I should just bite that bullet.
Yeah, I mean it's not a good thing. I mean it's really like I mean even in our chat, a lot of things I open link and okay StreamYards, but I'm saying like it's definitely there's no way to defend it as a good thing. You would say like okay like I carry a gun because because I fear violence and it's a violent world out there, so I carry a gun, God forbid. Or like I don't leave the house because I'm scared that I'm going to get beat up or bad things are going to happen to me, so I just avoid public chat.
Someone in chat asks if you meditate.
Or is their first time turning in?
Possibly. They asked us both, so I thought I'd let you answer first.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously I meditate. Like I've mentioned on Week in Review like 100 times the basics of meditation. Um, I'm actually friends with Arya Kaplan's nephew on Facebook. We studied together. Um, the famous Arya Kaplan who wrote the book Jewish Meditation. Um, I stayed in his. He passed away in his 40s, but yes, uh, like me and Jennifer, like spiritually minded people, we meditate. We like talking about meditation. Doooovid has taught probably hundreds, maybe even thousands of people the basics of meditation. Like if it's worth the repetition, or you can see the other videos. I could quickly say the basics of quieting your
I
mind.
thought they were asking like what your personal meditation routine was. I don't know if I ever heard you say that. That's what I was asking about. I know I've heard you sing the praises of meditation a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've been meditating so long, like I basically already have a permanent observer in my mind. And if we talk about T jump, enough of this ramble. You're gonna be a modern day debate or do a post show of like the direction of like what do you want to get out of this? How do you build a positive network? You're just kind of griping on like what the hell we can't put the link in the chat. You're the really people watching right now that are just
Yeah, I don't know
waiting to
why you
troll
keep
us.
harping on link in the chat. That's the functionality of the meet.google.com, and it would be easily overcome with utilizing
Well, I'm talking to the people watching because I'm saying,
StreamYards,
like,
which I don't want to do because
is there really
OBS
someone
has a better functionality than StreamYards.
is there really somebody watching right now that's just waiting to troll?
I don't know or care. I just as soon have them send an email and then give them the link via an email that is actually verifiable as belonging to a person. I don't know why you have to harp on this so much.
Well, I'm just trying to talk to people. You're saying like, if you're listening right now and just waiting to troll, are you out there? Is that what's going on?
There are some deeply disturbed individuals out there, and
They're listening currently to this program.
possibly are listening currently
That are your
to this
regular
show.
viewers.
Are hate watchers? I mean, I would be remiss to exclude the possibility. Even people who have told me they love me, I know have been extremely angry at me before. Imagine the ones that quote hate me. Oh, there's another question. Is karma a feeling? I think was it. I think you can learn to get a better and better connection between your intuitions and your discernment, but that's something you have to work on. So it's possible, but you're not gonna access that feeling of karma. You might get a whiff, a hint, but it's like this. It's like with anything vestigial. It works in a narrow band, and then elsewhere it's either neutral or it actually like anti works to some degree. These things evolved under very specific conditions, and so are operating in a narrow band, so to speak.
Claire's message on Facebook. History of stupid antics in the past and toxic relations. Like you want to avoid toxic relations and saying like if having Claire on is going to mean that the likelihood that that people are watching just waiting to troll us, um, God forbid, and then it's like haters who just want to destroy you, want to scare you off the internet permanently or something like that. But now you want to avoid toxic relationships. And if you're a toxic person, you're like like base takes or something like that. Even like Luke Ford, like I never like. I mean, I always say that straight up. Like humor is bad. Period. But especially humor at the pain of other people and things. So like people who find like negative things like that funny, you're definitely a sign of to the point where Doovid is just like people who find anything funny, is a sign of toxicity. But certainly, people who find the pain of others funny is something that like that I would consider just as a warning sign that I usually consider toxic. And you have to go like, how do you recognize things like that? So I mean, this from you're just saying humor in general. I don't say he's not that toxic, but certainly laughing at the pain of others is a clear indication of toxic relationships.
Well, I think it's like pretty much sadism, isn't it? At that point, are you thinking about something in particular, or
Well, I just think
she's
Claire
a
message.
crowd, or you want to bring Claire on? I mean, I just don't have anything to say to her, but if you really want to bring her on, I mean,
I don't really have
sure.
anything to say to her. She had that
Yeah.
debate with Andrew Wilson. It's like she has a lot of potential, but then she has like a lot of toxicity, and you're just going to attract toxicity to saying like you can't the reason you can't put the link in the chat because the
Well, I
likelihood that
realized she has a style of rhetoric which is basically trying to manufacture consent. So if it doesn't work on the first pass, she'll just try a different approach. And it becomes tedious after a while because it's like, I know you're just trying different approaches to try to manufacture consent to a question I've already answered like 10 times at this point, right? It becomes an insult to intelligence.
yes, Steve. I don't think anyone's going to throw Luke Ford a party when he gets back. I mean, like if he goes to synagogue, they'll probably have like a kiddush or something, or he'll get an aliyah. There'll be a formal. So, I mean, Luke is pretty narcissistic. I would guess that if people threw him a party or something like that, that he would probably stream and share that. Because he's pretty narcissistic like that.
Because he's a
Um,
narcissist, he'd want to stream a party
well, I'm
if he
saying
can.
if he was popular and had good things happening to him like that, and he even used to try to stream some
Okay.
IRL stuff like that. Um, so I'm just, but I mean, if he with Orthodox Jews, it'd be more formal, but he wouldn't be able to stream that. And saying they wouldn't throw him a party, he would go to synagogue and he would get an aliyah, or maybe there would be, maybe he would be invited to someone's house for Sabbath, or there'd be like a kiddush after the prayer service, um, or like the rabbi during his sermon would mention something for uh, Luke or something like that. Um, so I'm not sure what's going to be with Luke. Um, he was kind of toxic, and his streaming career, how that's going to work out. He's also I saw Elliot. Elliot was on his channel a few times. He's got maybe a few paid subscribers. I don't know whether he's going to be able to reinvent himself. I hooked him up with Politically Provoked. Um, he wasn't able to work together with Charles Moskowitz. He's probably pretty different. Like Key Jump gave me that impression, kind of like Luke Ford. Like I got the link and he was just kind of like fumbling with his tech. He wasn't kind of like friendly. It's like Adam Green surprisingly is more friendly. T Jump is kind of like Luke or Charles. We're just like, okay, I'm going live. Like I pop on the link and he's like going live. So Charles and Luke, I've been dealing with a while that we talked a little bit offline, and even that is mostly based like kind of like what are we going to talk about, or quarterbacking it to make better content. So it was so T Jump kind of was in that Charles Moskowitz, Luke Ford thing. Like I got the link, and it was just kind of straight into like going live, and as opposed to like a few words of friendly or how's it going or how are we going to structure this conversation. Um, so it's tough to get a read on a person. He might not have like a private persona, how he deals with people. Um, so it was funny, like, so I don't know if we covered like all this like toxicity and e-personality and streaming and kind of like post show and the direction of trying to build up streaming, or why I think it's so difficult, the toxic nature of YouTube and streaming right now. That's probably near impossible to build anything up right now. If you had any closing thoughts on that.
Well, the comments in the chat are always somewhat shocking, but I don't know if that's actually new. Like, remember the Cades, etc. people? Talk about toxic. They were pretty toxic, from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been toxicity, but I was saying that I still, you got over 1,000 subs. Like, I assume you've met hundreds of people through doing this that you have reasonably friendly or positive association with. And so even now, like, I constantly meeting, forming new positive associations with people, even though, there's constant toxicity. I was saying the point where it's like you can't really do a post show and put the link in the chat. Saying it's like more likely you're going to get a troll than, and that was always the case. But that means so it just may never end, and just to develop, and then you said like I've been down on week in review because you haven't really you've been able to use it as a platform to have guests. Although we had Andrew Wilson on, and I think it could work.
Well,
like
the
that.
moping about having no guests doesn't attract guests.
I don't think they watch it. I think
Nah.
I think it's mostly you that you're
Me.
kind of like unwilling to. You're just kind of like
yeah, I'm unwilling to not care about the fate of people's souls.
We're unwilling
I've
to
been
just
beaten down enough
network in
that
a
it
general
seems that I
positive
will
way.
just no, I will stop caring in the interest of non-conflict.
You could care. You're saying that you just have
Well,
a
I don't know how
positivistic way where a person would
okay.
come on, tell you what they think, what they're doing, how they plan on streaming. We could cross network, and it wouldn't. The person would want to have continue working together with us.
And the
You wouldn't
ultimate
deem
fate
it
of their
necessary to
soul will
insult
just
them.
be completely irrelevant. And then I'm gonna have all this guilt. People want to have existential illusions, it's fine, but it's not my job to pump those up. And when someone acts like it is, it's kind of like F you. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
you
just
can't
being
have
sort of
you can't have like a
unrealistic.
talk show without, like trying to pump up your guest. You always want to come on if you're not going to, say good things about your guests. I mean, you don't have
All
to.
right.
I mean, saying, but no one's going to want to come on if you're not going to say good things about your guests. I mean, you might have a few masochistic people that would go through it, like, but no, I mean, generally, people want some sort of benefit of appearing on your show. If you can't provide them a benefit, that they feel they benefited from appearing in a show, they're not going to do it. And even like names, even like to see like politically provoked. Like really, all you have to do is reach out to people, and like so like I mean, there's a reason why you gravitated towards T jump and saying because you want to kind of like expose people. You're
It's
kind of like,
because I like debating.
but you
Technically,
don't like
the
debating.
technical aspect of debate and logic
You
and
like
that, I'm
exposing people.
passionate about that.
But you're not.
Exposing T-jump. I'm
You're
sorry,
more
what is
passionate about exposing people than debating.
that's hilarious. And you think that my whatever with T-jump is somehow
Yeah, I'm saying that.
indicative
I
of
mean,
that?
that's probably like. I mean, you have some sort of pleasure out of what you would like exposing the the problems with other people, and that's probably why you gravitate towards T jump.
Because T-jump wants to expose the problems with other people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically that's his gig. That's his genre.
To me,
So the
it's
show, like
debate.
like everybody's like, "Oh, you're so dishonest." You're like, "No, I thought it was pretty honest. Like I came on, told you what I thought. I argued for my ideas, and like everyone in his thing is just like, you're such a dishonest person. Didn't you see how T Jump exposed your lies?" And like, well, I mean, that's not what I saw, but I mean, I say that that's kind of what his show's about. Even when he came on my Discord and I wasn't interested in debating because I thought he was just going to try to expose me, and it would get toxic people trying following me around, more trolls. But I mean, yeah, I generally think that's probably you and him have a similar personality like that in my experience with you on Week in Review. That's probably what you enjoy doing. You like, and you might have in your own mind where you think it's some sort of positive thing, just like he does. But um, it's not. It doesn't make for good networking. And so, like politically provoked or something, it's like, oh, like we're going to set up conversations. Oh, this is what you think. You're, like, even modern day debate. Like James, that's not, like so he's kind of just a positivistic person networking. Um, everybody's going to benefit. Everybody's a winner type personality.
Yes, the debate circuit requires political finesse.
So it was like chess or something like
Yeah.
that. Saying like if you take the attitude like most chess players, like the purpose of debate is to win. The purpose of chess is to win, not to make friends. So like you like debating, you like winning. So like you're not there to make friends.
People's
You're not there to make friends. You're
feelings
there to
get
win.
hurt when they lose a debate in a way they don't get hurt if they lose a chess match or a tennis match. Hate to break it to you.
I mean, actually, chess has been known to be probably the most severe ego attached thing of anything. So you
What about the
probably
ego itself? You think people are
well, I
more
think for
attached to their own egos or chess?
whatever connection
I wonder. Let's get out the cosmic calculator.
I think the ego crushing from losing at chess is actually one of the strongest ego crushings there is. And you speak to chess players, or it's funny that guy I watched a few minutes of that guy Cameron on Politically Provoked, and he was saying to this other guy, he's like, "I'll beat you at a game of chess." Even like Richard Spencer likes chess, but because chess is completely intellectual, there's no luck involved. Um, Even more so than a fight, something about chess, and competitive chess, that there's a huge ego attachment, and like a lot of the competitive players, it's completely the ego, and it's about like the purpose of chess is to destroy your opponent, and maybe even a more so way of debate, although even though it's just a game, and then trying to get into the other person's head to really beat them, but saying like, no, when you play chess, you play to win, you play to destroy the person, you play to beat the person. And and so it's similar to debate in that manner. So if Jennifer takes that approach to debate, that's understandable because that's generally how debate is structured. The goal is to win. The goal is not to make friends. But like James has a debate platform. To be a host of debates, uh, then the goal is not to win. You have to be friendly. You have to network, or like Brittany on Politically Provoked, or something like that. Like she's friendly. She's building up a platform. She's friendly to both sides, and she's been pretty successful. There are over 7,000 subs now. Like she's doing it as her full time job now. But like Jennifer, as someone who likes debate, she just likes winning. But that's why she's failed at hosting debate, because you have to be more considerate to people's feelings or the best interest of all the parties involved, and you can't just enjoy the pure enjoyment of winning as a debater. So T Jump is like Jennifer, like that. He just likes winning, and so he's like, okay, I won. Too bad, boo hoo. Go cry. You lost.
You don't think I could have done better against T Jump than I did?
Well, I'm saying
A
that
lot
okay,
of these
maybe.
debates I could have done way better than
Well,
I
I'm
did.
saying that you're kind of like T Jump.
I won by a larger margin. So if I was only about winning, why didn't I crush them into the dust?
Because you came up against someone better than you, just like
Oh,
chess.
is that what happened? Okay.
Like occasionally I lose at chess. There's people who are just better than me. Doovid's pretty good at chess. I play some variants. Like some of these variants, there's literally only a handful of people in the whole world that could beat me. Like literally only tens of people in the whole world that are better than me at these silly chess variants. But I come up against them and they beat me, and it hurts my ego. And because the goal is to win, and but I come up against people and they beat me. And so like debate, you could have your thing like, oh, I'm the best in the world, no one beats me. But the fact is, competitive things, you lose. There's always people that are better than you, and even if you somehow are the best in the world, it's competitive, and there's always the second contender that's right up there. And like, okay, Magnus Carlsen's been world champion over a decade now, but like eventually he's going to lose, and he's got hundreds of people right there just waiting to destroy him. So you could have that, like, God forbid, like I'm the best, and if you beat me, I'm still the best, which is most how competitive people view things. Like I'm the best, and even though you beat me, I'm still the best. But like no, in fact, is you lost
To
to
which
T Jump.
debate? I'd lost to T Jump. Okay.
I mean, put it more even. Actually, I scored that one closer to even. Even maybe JF, you scored that closer to even.
It's just hard because you're also trying to rip on him a little bit. Seems like you're pissed that you got a unilateral thumbs down or unanimous thumbs down from his audience. I got the same thing.
I expected that.
Consolation.
I told him that was going to happen. I did anyways. Once we're done talking about this, maybe we'll talk about some of the idea style. Makes me less interested in working together with you. Like,
I don't say I like T Jump's style.
That's why we have had no success in building up debates, because you're kind of basically just like T Jump. You're an unfriendly person who just likes winning.
I don't know where I said I like his
most
style
chess players. Like I coach chess, and I tell people not to be like that.
Okay.
But most people are like that, especially most of my, students that went on to become good. They're unfriendly people who just like winning, and they don't like helping people. They're just like, why the hell should I just be nice to somebody? They want to, like, I won. You should worship me. You should serve me. And so like I'm against that. I'll work together somewhat with people who are like that, but like I admonish that behavior. I discourage that behavior, but at the same time, I acknowledge that that is probably the dominant behavior, and especially among the people who are actually good at things. The majority of the people are actually good at things. That's certainly the dominant behavior. So among top debaters, top performers, top chess players, top people who are competitive at anything, most of them are not friendly people.
I guess in my eyes, T Jump is friendly.
Yeah,
because he can't disguise.
You can't even say that
he
without
can't
laughing.
disguise.
You're not
I'm
gonna
laughing because I realize it sounds ridiculous, not because it's not true. He can't disguise how he feels.
I mean, you do recognize that, like, you couldn't say that without laughing.
I realize why it sounds absurd, and I'm going to attempt to explain it by saying the appeal is that he can't hide how he feels.
Even though the first time you said it without, You couldn't say it
It's
the first time
yes,
without
that is
laughing,
correct, and
and I
I
called you
yeah.
out that you couldn't say it without laughing, and the second time you tried to say it, you still couldn't say it without laughing.
Well, you're making me slightly nervous here.
Well, I was like, because it's a point, because you're like, T Jump's not a friendly person. And you couldn't even say that without laughing.
I realized as I was saying it that it was gonna sound
Absurd, because like no
absurd,
one in
yep.
their right mind thinks that you say, okay, T Jump's awesome. He's smart. He's one of the best debaters out there.
Question,
But
have you
he's
ever
like,
had somebody
he's
stab
not a
you in the
friendly,
back that you
he's
thought you
not a,
knew really well? Have you ever had somebody stab you in the back you thought you knew really well? And you
yeah, I
felt like
mean,
a complete
like a
moron?
thousand
And you
times.
vowed to yourself,
God
like, never
forbid.
let that happen again?
No, I mean, like it's almost generic. Like I've told you these stories 100 times. I mean, like of the rabbi who helped a person out and they gave him a small bag of rocks after saying like that's the natural. Most people not only like that most people that I help that I've been nothing but nice to that have still stabbed me in the back, and I'm still nice to people even though and it's going to come into the T jump debate what we talked about with karma. But it's like Doovid is nice to people, even though half of the people I'm nice to stab me in the back, even though I'm nice to them.
Okay. I get that. I just don't really want to be around people where that's a concern. And someone like him isn't a concern of that,
Well, I mean, because
regardless
you're
of
like,
his particular moral fiber.
well, I mean, if you're in a gang together, you're like, okay, like I said, there's, um, honor among thieves is only when there's bounty to split. So, like, if you join T Jump's gang and you have a positive working relationship because you're making enough money that you could agree to some sort of split, or you're not even, basically he's making all the money, you're paying him. Um, but
Options expressed herein do not necessarily.
yeah, I mean, you're gonna say like, no, you think T Jump's a
Please
great
don't be
guy.
jealous of T
He's
Jump.
a friend. Um, I only have things about T Jump. I haven't met a person that said T Jump really helped me out. T Jump's a nice guy, and I debated him. T Jump clearly argued the position that nice guys finish last. There is no such thing as karma. There is no such thing as the good getting rewarded. Like I mean, I don't even think like
Yeah, there's
T
no
Jump would.
instant karma,
Even if T Jump
clearly.
saw a clip of this or one of his followers, like he argued that there's no purpose in being a nice, good person. So you're claiming that T Jump's like this nice, good person, like he doesn't even claim to be, and that's what he argued with me for an hour that there's no
I
benefit
didn't
in being
claim
a
that.
nice,
I don't know
good
what
person.
you're talking about now.
And T Jump even called me like his chat was calling me a moron because I said good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. T Jump argued with me for an hour saying that rapists and murderers have better lives than nice people. Like, no, I don't think that T Jump would be so upset if he saw, like me complaining that he's like, I'm not jealous of him. And, okay, he's got, saying he's got more viewers, he's got a bigger channel, he's making more money or something. I could acknowledge his accomplishments if he's a better debater than me. Okay, maybe I'd be jealous if he had better intellectual ability than me. And I'm not even sure about that he has better intellectual ability of me. But like, no, I don't think he's a nice guy. And, and I don't even think he doesn't even claim to be a nice guy. Like we argued, and he said that there's no benefit to being a nice person.
All
So
right.
I mean, you claiming otherwise?
About what
That
exactly?
he's not a nice guy, and that he argued that there's no benefit to being a nice guy.
I'm sure he argued exactly what you're saying.
You
Whether
didn't
he
watch
actually
it.
feels that way is a different question, but sure.
I mean, saying he wasn't rude to me. Like he was pretty professional. So like I wouldn't say like he wasn't like making fun of me. He wasn't like. But I was saying like no, I mean that's his mo. That's how he views the world. That's why it was a debate, and that's why I said like that's not Doovid's mo. Doovid Doovid will be nice to you even if you stab me in the back. I'm like essentially a nice guy. Like I believe in self-defense and violence. You could incite violence out of me, but like no, I mean generally
Sure.
I go to sleep at night. I forgive my enemies, and like okay, if you try to kill me, I'm probably it's probably you that's gonna get killed, not me. But if you're mean to me, I'm probably gonna forgive you when I go to sleep tonight. And if you're mean to me tomorrow, I'll probably forgive you when I go to sleep tomorrow night too. And if I see you, and you like you take advantage of me, I'll probably let you take advantage of me, again within certain realms, because I'm a nice guy, and and I want to be a nice guy. And just the fact that people take advantage of me and stab me in the back isn't changing that I want to be a nice guy. I'm going to continue to be a nice guy.
Yeah. Same here. I'm going to continue to be a nice gal, but I don't really want to be chilling with people where I figure there's a good chance they're going to stab me in the back. It just doesn't make me feel cool and calm and chill. That's all I'm
Well, I
saying.
mean, you say like T jump is okay, like he can't really stab you in the back. I mean, what's he going to do? Like, but
Uh,
I mean, but situation is like, okay, I don't chill associate like when you talk with somebody online or how you choose to, but say like I give charity, and I give charity to my enemies. It's written in the Bible like that. If your enemy comes to you destitute, you're required to help them. So I mean, I take that attitude. I live that attitude. I'll continue to live that attitude, but like I'm not going to associate with my enemy. I'm not going to chill and like tell my enemy like want to come hang out.
why is he my enemy? We both like debating. We both like skepticism.
I didn't
Aren't
say
we
he's your enemy.
pals?
Well, I mean,
That's
saying I mean
why I see
that.
it.
Well, I mean, you'd be your pal. I mean, it's saying he was your ideological enemy.
I just don't see it that way, okay?
What do you mean? He's an atheist, and you're a monist. Of course, he's your ideological enemy.
I'm sorry,
You
but
believe
I
in
don't
karma,
see
and
it
he
that way.
rejects karma exists. How is he not your ideological enemy?
He just doesn't understand what karma is and eventually will, and so he's my friend to be. If he's my enemy now, which
You think he's your
I
no?
still
I mean, saying
contest that.
well, I'm saying he's your ideological enemy because you believe in karma and he rejects it. That's your ideological enemy. I mean, you're
Well,
some
perhaps we just
delusion
agreed
that
to
you're gonna
dance this dance out long before we were born, and
you think you're gonna win him over, and that one day he's gonna agree with you and say like, no, I mean, he made his whole thing
I
on being an atheist.
sincerely
Chances are,
don't
10 years from
think
now, he's
that.
still gonna be an atheist who doesn't believe in karma.
That's just part of the narrative of the religion, in a long enough timeline,
I'm
things
saying you could
progress
deal with.
upwards.
Is what I said. You could have positive working relationship with your ideological enemy. You could have a positive working relationship with your political enemy, or even your mortal enemy. Like I'm saying, if if you have a place of business and your enemy walks in, say like, do you gotta call the police? Do you gotta grab your gun, or say like, no, I'm just here to buy something. Well, aren't you my mortal enemy? It's like, yeah, but I'm just here to buy something. So you make the sale. It doesn't matter that he's your mortal enemy. But I don't see how T jump. If anyone's your ideological enemy, it's T jump.
All right. Do you want to talk about the debate now and how we can? How I was thinking. What do you think? Or did you want to say anything more about this?
Um, yeah, maybe we're just going in circles. But
That's okay. It
uh,
seems like you had something on your mind. I mean, sometimes you just need to talk it out a little bit. It's all good. I wanted to maybe cover three main points because I don't want it to be stale with my debate tomorrow. Like there's so many of these debates. I don't want to go too far outside the lines, but I also want to keep it fresh a little bit. So one of the points I thought hadn't been brought up too many times was something I've observed is people citing effects of consciousness as evidence for God. And I was thinking maybe sort of explore that a little bit in my intro.
evidence of God.
No, the phenomenon of people equating evidence of consciousness to evidence of God, like out of body experiences, near death
You're
experiences.
talking about your debate for tomorrow. Or you're talking about
Yeah,
my debate with T jump.
my debate for tomorrow, but we can talk about your T jump debate if that's where you want to go now.
Yeah, I was just talking about T jump and his channel. I didn't even really talk about. I mean, I think the main parts like T jump we talked about. um, consciousness and whether consciousness is better explained by um, dualistic theories or materialistic theories. And I don't think he even understood what I was talking about. I even mentioned psychometric. He hadn't even heard of psychometric. I just got a few books on psychometrics. And, this concept is just saying we have historically, um, I don't think anyone in the chat understood what I was saying. One person in T Jump's chat made a bunch of comments, maybe understood what I was saying, but I don't think a single person of the thousands of people who watched that understood what I was talking about. And probably because they haven't actually read the Western classics. And so I was saying that our classic understandings for how the mind works were found by dualists and their theories based on introspection, like Freud's the ego, superego, and id, or Vedic theories, Kabbalistic theories. They're not based on material explanations. They're based on a dualist perspective model of the mind that is assuming that the mind is not a power than materialistic models. And they're talking about psychometric data where we can't measure the mind. You're saying you could do certain amount of tests. There's certain amounts like you could do in a laboratory with like putting MRI scans or like the test that we've done on cats and monkeys and rats or something like that, or lesion studies or various things. But generally, you can't measure the mind, but you could measure the output of mind, and that's called psychometrics. And if it's like chess, like long-term, short-term memory, uh, there's tons of psychometric data about memory, and there's models of memory. There's models of memory based on psychometric data. We're just saying this is the psychometric data, and this is a model that we've made based on psychometric data, like chunking theory, that may or may not correspond to a material model of the brain, like chunking theory. That there's substantial evidence for chunking theory based on psychometric data. It's possible that chunking theory would correspond with a material model of neurons, but currently chunking theory is not based on uh, a material explanation of consciousness. Chunking theory is purely based on psychometric data like IQ, uh, expertise. All of these things that we understand about the mind are based on psychometric data. Does that make sense to you what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm following till now, and it seems like a very balanced description.
Yes, I'm
So,
not sure if he understood that point that I was making. And then you want to say models of the mind that we have historically from, called the sages, from the philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, the Hebrew sages, the Western Enlightenment, the Vedas are mostly dualistic, that think that the mind is something immaterial, but they actually have a model of the mind, that processes of what's happening when our mind functions, when we think, when we process information, when we use our intelligence or imagination, uh, that there are classical models like Freud. The best example of Freud in the unconscious, the ego, superego, and id, uh, personality type. If it's Jung, if it's the five major uh, dichotomies of personality traits, or any of these various things that are well studied, well observed, none of these things could be derived from the mind. None of these things could be like examine someone's brain and like look in a lab at the material aspect of what's happening to verify these models. Like Jung, Freud, Descartes, going back, a lot of these people had theories, um, and they were based largely off mind being immaterial coming from some sort of spiritual object. It wasn't based on the mind arising from the brain. And so you have models, recent models that are based on neuroscience. So if you had like a new study on imagination, on memory, that was exclusively based on what we know about brain neurology, things that could be measured in the lab that have some sort of neural correlates, uh, those theories are really weak, and most of those theories are basically mechanistic determinism. And so I was trying to express that point when I was saying that the mind and consciousness is the best evidence for the mind based on the explanatory model, that like a mental technique. I could teach you a mental technique that will improve your mental ability to do something better. And the mental technique that I will teach you is better understood by your mind being some sort of immaterial object that just goes through processes than some sort of material function of neurons, or even quantum mind. And so that's what I meant by explanatory power. Honestly, I don't think T Jump understood what I was talking about.
Well, no. I mean, I think his whole thing is just waiting for a gotcha moment, largely, for some perceived hole in what you said to undermine its credibility.
Yeah, and even like a model of mine where I talked about like laughter. What does it mean that we laugh at something because it's funny? And what does it mean if our mind is not material? And that would explain how we laugh at something because it's funny, versus if our mind is material, that causes us to laugh at something because it's funny. And explanatory power of these phenomenon. And I was shocked he didn't heard of psychometrics. I guess you hadn't heard of psychometrics till I told you.
Well, of course I've heard of it. It's just such a vague term. I mean, you'd think you'd like it just on that basis alone, but there you go. I mean, it just means measurement of psychological phenomena. It's very broad
Yeah, I took
term, wouldn't you say?
psychology. I mean, you start with like Wundt and the behavioralist schools. You have psychometrics. Even like Pavlov. It's but yeah. So I mean, it was interesting, that argument, the back and forth, and to have the argument. But like honestly, I don't think he was understanding what I was talking about, and so he was just trying to, even started giving his like hoof prints, and are you gonna think it's a deer or a unicorn type thing, and he didn't understand that I was accusing him of using circular logic, because you're saying that we're arguing about the nature of mind, and I'm saying the mind is immaterial, and he's saying it's material, and he's claiming that the default hypothesis, we argued about actually, the default hypothesis, but he's saying that he wants to use the mind as material to establish that the mind is material. And then he even claimed to me that so I mean, I even pushed him, and the current state of consciousness, and he just said, like, there's a study, most consciousness expert believe that mind and consciousness exist. I mean, he mentioned eliminatism, but I'm not even sure that T Jump understands any of the major current models of the mind, materialistic, that that say that mind and consciousness are derivatives of previous times when people believed that the mind and consciousness was immaterial. So, from a new materialistic point of view, um, as I said, like last week we talked about, it's not conclusive to even say we have a mind or consciousness exists. And then if you're going to say that like mind and consciousness is a derivative of when people used to explain things in spiritual terms, and the scientific terms, really, if you've studied the theories, that they're not really talking about mind and consciousness as we understand it classically, because mind and consciousness that we understand classically are all dualistic theories that describe the mind in um, spiritual terms. So that was my comment on the first part of the debate. And then the second part of the debate was largely on karma. I'm not sure if you have any comment on like the first part of the debate about what the explanatory power of mind uh, coming from the material or coming from some sort of separate spiritual realm.
Yeah, I think you made your points, and your assessment is fairly accurate. There were parts of what you said that he was unfamiliar with.
I mean, it's really like thousands of people watched this, and only one person in the chat was even familiar. Like I mean, we've been doing week in review. Like I've been telling you,
Well,
like
what kind of people
Leibniz and
orbit T
Descartes.
jump? I mean, just be reason. Like I would say, be logical here, but like, what kind of people orbit T jump are going to be in his chat? It's like that's their version of. I guess it's like a cheap person's therapy.
Yeah, I mean, so JF at least like there were people who knew like Leibniz, and JF was kind of like, oh, who cares about Leibniz? But or who cares what these people think about other topics? But at least some people have read Leibniz, and um, so it's like no one, even people in the chat, they thought like I was crazy. Is like I'm the engineer, I'm the one who knows calculus, I'm the one who publicly talks and gives the name and explaining these scientific theories. It's unclear even if T-Jump understands mathematics or science or any of these theories that materialism is based off of. I could give explanations at a university level from their perspective that a lot of these people would agree that I'm correctly explaining. Like if I took a test in university, I would get a good grade. Um, it just people are ignorant. Let alone so who cares what Leibniz, Descartes, Newton, any of these people thought or read their books, and so it's a pretty negative sign, and no one's even going to thank me. No one's going to say like, "Oh, Doooovid, that's neat. You read like thousands of pages of Leibniz. I studied calculus." Um, so it's just like nothing. You're just like, oh, I'm dishonest. I'm dishonest because I actually read, 5 books about Leibniz. I've read Leibniz's work. I read, I read Descartes. I read Aristotle. I read Plato, and therefore I'm dishonest. And so it just, God forbid. And even like I could be your calculus tutor. Like I could be T Jump's calculus tutor. Instead,
Well,
I'm
he'd have to be
dishonest.
taking a course in calculus for you to be his calculus tutor.
Well, how the hell am I dishonest when like he doesn't even know calculus? I could be his calculus tutor, and his thing that was, I
Projection?
expected that.
Yeah, it
What do
sounds
you
like
say?
maybe I was saying it's projection on his part.
I
Maybe a
asked
little
him because I said
jarring.
Claire said that I asked him. I said you don't have a background in science, and Claire told me your background was in marketing and sales, and he said like that's not true, but he didn't actually give his background. So I was saying like does he actually have a background in math or science? Is Claire right that his background is sales and marketing? I mean, that's not
I'll be honest, I
either.
didn't ask. I don't tend to ask those kinds of questions. Like I'd rather just let people tell me what they feel is relevant and what they're comfortable telling me, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of relevant, but it's saying like like does the dude did T Jump even take calculus? Like everyone that comes on Week in Review talked for a
I
while. Like
doubt he has taken calculus.
I mean, it's saying like T Jump didn't even take like calculus 1.
I don't think he's taken calculus. I don't think he has a degree. I think he said he audited some philosophy classes, but I'm not even sure. And I'm not like obsessively gathering info on this guy here.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, you're the one who like is in like in his Discord, you're constantly talking with him. Saying like the dude's
I'm
not educated.
constantly talking to Tej in his
Well,
Discord.
maybe you never talked to him, but I'm saying you're the one choosing to work with him, which is fine. I mean, your free will to, or maybe you don't have free will. So that's proof that you prove your point that you don't have free will.
I've
That you're
yearned to be part of a debate society. I
with
can't remember not
uneducated
yearning
people.
for
With
them.
uneducated people, and saying like, oh,
They some of them are educated, some of them aren't. In my experience, ability and education level don't correlate. So I don't want to say I don't care. I mean, it's interesting.
Well, I mean, okay, I mean, Cy Gart, is a PhD in biochemistry. He's
Yeah,
a
that's why I
scientist.
think it'll actually be super interesting. And I don't know if like I don't want to say okay, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like James almost wants us to like gang up on evolution together because it seems like we have these nuanced objections. We both have nuanced objections with sort of doctrinal understanding of evolution.
He's probably. I mean, I hooked you up to talk to with Root and Branch with Lowell, the Gerald Schroeder who wrote The Science of God. He was an MIT physicist, PhD. But so I mean, Gart is not a mainstream evolutionist. He's a guided Bible believing evolutionist. But still, he believes in evolution. So you'll be debating against so like Mark, who's a mechanistic evolutionist. But so let's finish the T jump debate. But I thought it was clear that T jump didn't actually know science or math, and even his audience that
He
like
has a
some.
certain facility with some forms of argumentation, but then to go outside of his comfort zone, yeah, he's a bit of a
Well,
snail that way.
even his audience, they're saying like 1,000 people, thousands of people watch that. Like, did any of those people actually take calculus? Any of these people actually know science? And it's like maybe not. Maybe none of the people who watch them
Not
are
okay.
educated.
You were able to remember how to do a derivative like how many years after taking it in school? I think most people, I mean, you went to these classes, you know the level of care the average attendee in these classes put in wasn't necessarily that high. A lot of people was just like cram,
Well,
decent
I've got
grade,
popular
get
videos on memory
out,
and mental techniques. Like
forget everything.
I'm a, I'm even an internationally known chess coach. That, but like to the point to say like no one cares. Like I'm dishonest. I'm evil. Because I believe in God. God forbid. But so it wasn't surprising. And I was arguing with people in the chat, and like most of the people who insulted me. That's why I just said like that's like proof of karma that you're part of T Jump's minions. Saying like that's why you're part of T Jump's minions. You're bad karma. You don't believe in karma, but karma's a fact because you're bad karma that you're part of T Jump's minions. Like Doovid will not be teaching you calculus. You will be laughing at bad things happening to people in T Jump's chat. That's proof of bad karma in my aspect. But Fluent here, just like bashing me here in the chat. I don't know if you're. I mean, I'm not. I don't charge money for chess lessons. I'm a free chess coach. I do a good deed. Duvid
Like,
is Duvid
can we
is
just have
trained.
like
Duvid
a
has
New Year's
trained
resolution
multiple
or
state
something?
champions. Duvid gets messages constantly, uh, almost daily. Uh, you people asking for me to be their chess coach, and I've never took I did a long time ago. I took money, but like no, I do it for free. And like T Jump, scared to play me a game of chess. Like I think I would beat T Jump basically every single game. I don't think me and T Jump could probably play like 20 games of chess. I don't think he'd beat me a single game. But whatever the case is, and saying, but yeah, I mean, there's that point, saying like, like at least I could have gave like helped T Jump improve his chess game. But it's the current state of karma. Like negativity takes a little humility to to learn, to ask somebody for help, to humble yourself and say teach me. And most adults lack that humility, and that's why they never learn. They learned, or they had that period of learning period, and then it's over and they don't continue learning. And like God forbid, that's why people are poor, that's why people suffer. People God forbid have medical problems and economic problems and social problems because they can't learn and they can't reach out to other people for help, which comes into the second half of the debate, which was on karma. that say the proof of God is that karma's factual. And so T Jump kind of conceded that point and argued that karma is not factual. He conceded that karma and the reward of the righteous and the punishment of the wicked would be some sort of proof to God. I think that's what he said. I mean, is that your interpretation that he did concede that karma would be a proof of God, and that therefore he said that karma is not true? It's that factually karma is a fallacy and it's just a fantasy that people want to believe that's not true.
I'm sorry, I don't recall. Uh, Skywork says they don't recall T Jump calling Doovid dishonest, just that he disagreed with your metaphysics. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But
Did
T
he
Jump didn't
actually
call me
call it?
dishonest. It
Okay.
was the chat. Most of the people in the comment sections
They're quite
called me
miserable at
dishonest.
times. Yeah, they're really
I mean, T
harsh
Jump is
for an
relatively
audience.
professional. I'm saying that like T Jump has a big channel and guests like saying I'm not insulting T Jump. I'm saying he's not particularly like a nice person, but I mean, like he wasn't like he was relatively professional. He wasn't like insulted. I said he likes to expose people, and he's not necessarily like nice. I don't think T Jump like like you reach out for a favor. He's not the right guy. But like no, he was professional. He wasn't mean. Um, he didn't. I mean, even at the end, he asked me to share the like to say where people could find me or whatever. But no, that's not what I'm saying. That I was talking about the comment section that people were calling me uh, dishonest. But I mean, from my understanding, people watched that T Jump was basically straight up karma doesn't exist, and he agreed that if karma was accurate, that would be a proof of God. And then we argued whether the righteous get rewarded, the wicked get punished. And I don't think he knew much history either. Like T Jump doesn't appear to be particularly educated. He's like African dictators, like he couldn't name one. So he's talking about like, all these people in history that were dictators and were winners. Um, that I mean, he couldn't really name them. I was talking like he's like Genghis Khan or something like that. That fathered countless children. And I'm not even so sure that he knows the biography of Genghis Khan. That Genghis Khan had such a good life. And I just gave the example of your average decent moral person makes it to old age, has a wife, kids, grandkids around them that love them. And, like the average person I go to synagogue, all of the synagogues I go to, and even the Hindu temples, churches, uh, the vast majority of those people will make it to old age and they will have a loving family, kids and grandkids around them uh, at their death. And you know, and even like Trump, he wanted to use Trump as an example of someone that proof that the bad win. And so the level that like whatever, let's say okay, Trump's bad behavior meant he had failed marriages. Um, exactly how bad was his bad behavior or his business. Um, so I'm not sure how people could interpret that argument. I have to go back. Like I think I try to perfect arguing. Karma. I've been arguing that a long time. Even that he, like I said that straight to his audience when he said that. When he said that rapists and murderers have a better life, I was like, you have it here, folks. Like who won? The guy who thinks that rapists and murderers have a better life. And then you get argue it, but like to some extent, I called him out right in front of his audience. Like, look, like, dude, like you just said rapists and murderers have a better life.
Yeah, he definitely made some salient points. And all those reactions, would you say this is the worst it's ever been in terms of the like proportion of reactions? So you seem unusually rattled by the audience reaction.
No, I'm not. I mean, I was disappointed. I'm like, obviously, like, I mean, I deal with like death threats or counter Semites. I was just kind of disappointed. I mean, because T Jump was relatively nice. Like Judaism didn't even can't come up. He didn't make a single personal attack against me. Um, I was kind of disappointed that people just didn't care about knowledge. even disagreement, like okay, like um I tutor calculus, like I teach chess whether you're an atheist or not. Like if a person's an atheist, I'll still be your chess coach. Like I could still teach you calculus even if you're an atheist. And so it's just the level of disinterest. Like I was talking about Aristotle and Plato. Like Ben Watkins was interested in Aristotle and Plato. We had a nice conversation. Ben Watkins seemed legitimately interested in talking about Aristotle and Plato. T Jump was just like, who cares? Aristotle, Plato, not interesting. And so I mean,
Yeah,
I think
that's why
that
I was surprised when you said you thought I made a bad impression on Ben Watkins because I don't remember even. I'm not even sure if we talked at all,
he didn't.
and I
He
thought
came
it
on the
went
Thursday
okay.
night debate. It wasn't that bad, and I never even invited him to Week in Review, but he was on the Thursday night debate prep, and you came on. So like maybe that wasn't. It was more with Arjun that I think you spoiled that relationship.
Yet again, minor doctrinal squibbles between Indian religions.
I mean, he actually appeared on Week in Review like like a few times for hours. And
Yep.
like he probably would have worked together with us had you not had and like he even like messaged me. I talked with Arjun offline for hours about like why you're so difficult to work with. It's like that I mean that was something that we could have worked together on. And like there was a personality conflict in my eyes that was completely unnecessary that prevented us from working together with Theology Unleashed.
You're working with Theology Unleashed.
Well, I'm just a guest on them. I'm not really working with them. And I still talk with him sometimes on Facebook.
Sorry.
No, I mean, we moved on. I was saying it was just a missed opportunity.
It's hard for me. In a way, I do try to stay apolitical, and so with them, it's like, oh, I'm sort of. I don't like to look at it this way, but I do. It's like I'm privileging this. I don't want to say cult, but this interpretation over others in the Hare Krishna. It's not without its problems.
But I mean, even to say like, does it make sense that you're working with T Jump as opposed to Theology Unleashed?
Well, there are two.
T Jump's
There's
like
more than one way to look at this, right? Like there's the notion of
you don't have to be like a Hare Krishna, but saying what T Jump makes more sense than Theology Unleashed.
there's less of a chance someone's going to think I'm affiliated with T Jump because I agree with him ideologically. That's a good thing because people could look at T Jump and say, okay, that's somebody who doesn't really agree with Jen. Whereas somebody like a channel like that, it would be very easy to think that we believed identical things when I'm sure you understand is not the case. Still minor doctrinal squabbles, but yeah, it's just
I
have
was
this
listening to a
maybe
lecture of
impossible
Kyle
image that I
Friston
want.
earlier today. I just shared the link I shared a few weeks ago about a channel that has a bunch of consciousness conferences, not the one that's linked into it. It was the previous one, but just from a few months ago, Carl Friston talked about some of the stuff related to entropy in the neuroconsciousness. But yeah, so those were my thoughts on T Jump. So I don't think it's going anywhere. Um, I mean, like you keep on working together with T Jump, whatever that means. I'm not sure. He's probably a tough guy to work with. Like I don't think T Jump's probably like you. We're not gonna like cross network and promote shows together. He's probably not good at that, as opposed to like Arjun or Brittany or something like that. That's pretty good at that, and that like so T Jump's probably not going to be like booking his guests
Yeah, I think of it like
for.
personality dissonance, like cognitive dissonance, but on the personality level.
So I'm not sure Brittany is actually good at that. In fact, very few people are good at that. Like maybe Babs, uh,
You talked about
to,
event planning?
yeah, I mean to say that T Jump would be booking his guests on other programs. So saying like like the next time like T Jump next time he has a debate they'd be like, why don't you go on a week in review with Doovid and Jen, or why don't you try do an interview with Doovid, or just like a networking. So I'm not sure that Brittany is actually like she's mildly better than T Jump, being so like she'll share your YouTube page or share like retweet a post or something, but like no, I'm not sure she actually is good at a booking agent. In fact, I'm not sure if anybody other than me in these circles is a good booking agent. But I mean, it would be a good skill if T Jump was a good booking agent, where he had a guest, and then after the guest, like he talked like like possibly like who you might want to speak with or what would be interesting. So like Brittany's good with that on her own platform, not necessarily cross working with other platforms. Maybe if she's working with like but yeah, she actually is the only person I could think of that appears to be good like that. Um, Andrew Wilson maybe would be workable like that. Adam Green, JF, relatively like I appeared on JF, and then he messaged me and told me Adam Green wants to speak to me, and that's how I got on Adam Green, was from a message from JF. And then Kevin Barrett when I was with Adam Green. Adam Green and JF are basically streaming professionals. Luke Ford is not really that good like that. He wasn't able to work together with Charles Moskowitz or any of these other people. He's not really good at booking people for other programs. It's an extremely useful skill. T Jump would probably make more money, be more successful as a streamer, build up his network. Look at Brittany and Politically Provoked, how well that she has managed to build up her platform in just the last few months through just basic networking skills. But so I doubt that like I'm just another person who argued with T Jump or was on his channel. I doubt it's going to go anywhere. Like that. Like I don't think he's going to be booking anyone for Week in Review or my show, or to be interviewed on my channel. I mean, do you?
I don't see that happening at this time. I think he's still trying to get people booked on his. That's his biggest issue right now, is booking.
You're relatively, Arjun's better at that, and like I talked to Arjun, like he asked me for advice, and like I told him this stuff, and so he might have asked. I mean, I encourage him to ask to other people, and if I'm giving him good advice, it's probably going to be the type things that a lot of people in the business are saying. But yeah, I mean, for his own benefit also, that like I was saying for Jennifer, like people should have a benefit from talking to you, and so booking him on other shows, hooking up with other interesting personalities. Um, Lipton Matthews wasn't really good like that either. He just kind of speaks to people, but encourage breakout sessions, encouraging people to speak to each other. Like one man shop. It's all about me. Like, don't you understand? It's about me. It's about me only. I will not be doing you any favors. It will be you doing me favors. So most personalities in streaming, that's what they're like. JF, probably he's a professional. Like JF might feel like that, but like no, he was a professional. Like JF didn't mind helping people out. Like I haven't messaged JF just about pure tech help, and he answered me a few times. Like he didn't have any reason to help me, relatively. Like, but I messaged JF multiple times just for streaming advice, and he answered and helped me out. Ralph is kind of like that. Like I mean, he works in banking, networking. He understands this stuff. He's like that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a good trait. It's an important trait. You don't have to learn. You don't have to be like that to be successful, but it helps. And I mean, I don't think maybe Jennifer's just never. Maybe she fundamentally disagrees, or she just doesn't understand what I'm saying, and she's just never going to be like
Sinning
that.
makes me extremely tired, and I
Or I
view
say
that as
that
sinful.
you're never going to be like good at book. You're never going to speak to somebody and be like, why don't you speak to, why don't you appear on this show? Why don't you, why don't I send a message and try to book you on this show? and either if either you fundamentally have some sort of reason why you don't want to do that, or that there's like a distance where you do recognize that it'd be a good thing that would be good for your streaming and building up networks, but you're just not good at it, or that somehow you have in your philosophy that like, no, that's bad. I will not set you up to talk on another show.
I'm not against setting people up to talk on shows at all. It, yeah, you're saying this is something that like an underserved market or something.
Was that Andrew Big Papa Fascist? You want to have him on again? If you wanted, if I saw your takes. I saw your thing with Claire Caw. Like I've just been going on about networking. Um, like you're definitely in the my radar. You're out there doing debates. Jennifer is going to be on Modern Day Debate. They got their debate con coming up. I think it's going to be a failure personally. I think they're going to lose money and hardly
What?
anyone's going to show up, but I could be wrong. We'll see from the numbers. But if that's you, Andrew, you want to come on, Jennifer doesn't mind. I'm happy to talk again because we're in the business. We got to work together. We got to saying like when Worski and JF were the biggest names on the internet. Do you mind if I send him the link?
That's fine.
When Worski and JF were the biggest names on the internet, um, they constantly had all the streamers on, and and they talked about this stuff. They talked about guests, about booking, technology, and censorship. So just with um, okay, so I sent you the link on Twitter, Andrew. Um, and if you want to talk about this, just kind of like networking and um, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about modern day debates, and like if he's doing it, he's losing. Good for him. Like I hope that he, like I'm not hoping he fails. Like I'm glad he's doing it. I'm glad that he's reinvesting. Like you said, you take all your money and you reinvest it. Like I don't think I'm like we talked about this last time. There's no money to make in this, and like I'm putting money into streaming. I like doing it, and that would be the type thing that I would do. But so like
Yeah,
James,
it's community service.
I was saying that James is relatively a professional, like even like T Jump, but like also technology and censorship. So like JF, Luke Ford, uh, Worski, that just to have people on talking about the ADL, like okay, like I was the Jew, and like people were coming on like the ADL and they're censoring me, and to like a lot of people they didn't know about this stuff for censorship, they never even heard of the ADL. So okay, yeah, sure. Thanks for popping on. No, no big deal. I just like I used to call it like the union of micro streamers, and just saying like talking about booking guests for other shows. Saying like you want to build up your show, you got to build up your guests, and part of that is booking them, and saying like, oh, why don't you have a conversation with this person on their channel, and like yeah, I mean like I'd like to have like a whole bunch of A-list personalities to book, but you could only book the people you got. So if you got like Zen Sapiro and Pedro or whatever, those are your guys. You got to book them. You can't book who you don't have. But it's like Doovid. I'm booking Claire Caw, Luke Ford. I could probably book Luke Ford for you. I could book I could book you on Charles Moskowitz. I can only work with the network I have. But you need to have like a network, and even people opposite sides of arguments. You would still cross network and create interesting venues. And saying if you're trying to make a show multiple nights a week, you need a constant flow of guests, and like even politically provoked. Saying like if your drama, I think Brittany's actually pretty good. Like your complaints about Brittany might be true, but I was saying like
What did
Brittany
I
seemed.
say? What did I complain about Brittany?
I was
What are you
talking
talking
about
about?
Andrew.
Oh, okay.
I was saying like his complaints about like her dealings or problems that he's saying might all be true, but I think relatively she's pretty good at this. Like she's good at networking, she's good at promoting. I mean, she might not be like high IQ, like a good debater, but I think she's a decent host and a decent networking, and that's why she's having a success. You didn't get like 7,000 subs, and getting some of these big names by being bad at this. Although karma's karma. If she's wronging and cheating people, or misleading people, it'll come back to her. But yeah, so let's talk about your debate for evolution. I got some food in the fridge, so if you want to ramble for like 5-10 minutes just to the audience, like your prep for tomorrow night, and then I'll comment on it. I think we covered T jump. I covered my networking, 'cause I think that's important. That Jennifer appearing on these shows, that you need to up your networking game, and that's probably more important than your debate game. You're a pretty good debater. Uh, Networking is probably the thing, like the lowest hanging fruit that you would benefit the most from, improving at. So I'm going to eat this vegetarian taco. I found this new place called Try It Raw in Metro Detroit in Birmingham. It's actually very good, like raw food. They make these things like in lettuce shells of vegetarian. So I got like a taco with like ground walnut as the meat substitute, and interesting food. So I'm going to eat that. Well, Jennifer will ramble with her debate prep, and then hopefully we'll go over some good stuff to help her for debate.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Let's have a look here. See what I may have recorded. 'Cause I really need a drink here. So, all right. He's gone. Hopefully, somebody in the audience or somebody's can help me make this half palatable. Okay, so it's a debate on evolution, and the person I'm going against is Dr. Cy Gart. He was raised atheist and became a Christian after having some kind of experience, a spiritual experience while reading. I'm not sure if it was the New Testament or. Anyway, I was watching his videos yesterday and seemed he had some sort of a eye-opening experience, and took to the book, and has written a book also, and doesn't fancy himself an expert on theology. I have 12 minutes to excuse me. He wants me to go first. I'm a bit, I don't want to say anxious, but it's sort of right in the middle. It's right at it's an awkward length. It can't be too short, because I think my intro on the flat earth debate was terrible. And I would like to give not another terrible opener. So, and there's also the fact that this is sort of happening in the backdrop of, I don't want to say infinity other debates about evolution, but it seems there's, I don't want to say as many evolution debates as flat earth debates, but it's pretty dang close. Just didn't want to, I guess I didn't want my talking points to seem tired. But also didn't want to seem like the time I went against evolution-ish, and, well, we know how that went. It just was too obscure. It's basically unanimous opinion here that if it's too obscure, that you lose the audience. That's to be avoided. So, have to work on my radar, picking up when the conversation is going into a dumpster that smells like kerosene and is unseasonably dry. Let's see what notes I had here. Well, I'm remembering Doooovid has said before, don't want to teach too much. I don't know if that's going to be a risk, but we only have about 55 minutes of open discussion, and this guy seems to be a talker. So I anticipate the issue will be my perception of not having enough speaking time, if uh, there's going to be issues. Oh, and I don't want what I say to lead to the bolstering of the credibility of the non discipline of what amounts to tree drawing, but is calling itself science. Very fine line. I could go into a bit of a historical dissertation, but again, with the 12 minutes, uh, how far can you go into that? I seem to recall the panpsychism one, and I don't know if it's the T jumper, the one before that. This was like a dabbly one before that, um, giving some sort of a historical summary. I think this is doomed to fail due to just the sheer complexity and obscurity of these subjects. Let's
Well, I
see
think in
here.
your main focus, you have to
Okay.
question, do you want to argue your specific arguments like you argued last time, or do you want to argue generic arguments? So it's going to be like your Church of Entropy, you have your own unique arguments against evolution, and then Cy Gartz, got a PhD in biochemistry. He has theories on protein synthesis. So you're going to take it where you're going to be talking about protein synthesis and then your theories, or do you want to put forward some of the more generic arguments, or put forward like my main form of argumentation, like on consciousness? Um, so you should probably
Oh, I would
decide.
like to have this debate be something good for quote networking. I mean, this is not a debate that's going to push forward the envelope of science.
Well, I mean, networking is somewhat um, independent of your arguments. Because networking is just kind of how you deal with the chat and your opponent, and you're not necessarily the arguments that you put forward. So I'm saying you could argue consciousness, you could argue life, coming from life, some of these things that you didn't argue last time. You could argue, like missing links, or or the unlikelihood probabilistically of independent items coming together to make a useful part when none of the independent parts are useful, um, which you didn't bring in your last time. Or you could just focus on your independent critiques of evolution and just go with that, and then expecting that his expertise is biochemistry and protein synthesis. um, how is that relation to the arguments you're going to put forward, his area of expertise? So like, if you may not pay to argue consciousness with him, and if your background is physics, how is that going to collide with his expertise of biochemistry?
I'm not sure. I was going to let him lead on that. When you say sum is greater than the parts, what does that evidence exactly? Oh,
I mean, the
sorry, you're
classic,
not
like
done.
the snake and the poison that I forget the term, but there's a technical term. But to have random mutations leading to something useful, uh, you would independently need the poison, the mechanism uh, to inject the poison in these different parts to evolve, uh, to have something useful that would adapt. So, like, can you evolve a mechanism to shoot poison without a poison, or can you evolve a poison without a mechanism to inject it? So these are some of the most common arguments against evolution, or like the eye, that there's so many different components that are useless in and of itself that make up the eye, that before the eye could provide sight, that how is it possible that all of these different parts come together? So these are the most classic arguments against evolution. You don't have to give those arguments. You could argue, life only comes from life. Um, you want to pull up my Thursday night debate one, the flow from your past. I'm going to mute
Sure.
myself. You could talk a few minutes. You're just planning out your strategy, and I'll find the debate review of my flow, and we'll look at the arguments you brought against Mark.
So you want me to look on your channel for the debate prep?
I'll do it. So you just ramble. I'll do it.
We'll get it if you want me to play it. I mean, you're not going to be able to play it from your end, are you?
No, you don't have to play it. I just want to see the flow.
Okay.
I mean, if you could find it and share it, feel free.
It's going to be really hard for me to find it and share it, to be honest.
Okay, I'll do it. So just ramble. I'll eat and find it.
Anyway. So I was going to try to get into the question of whether he would agree with the notion of an ordering principle. Whether that was connected to God, what connected it to the Christian God specifically. Once again, I hadn't quite worked this all out, but something about fractals, synchronicity, near-death experiences, basically the things people have cited anecdotally as evidence of God. I'm not saying I agree, merely recounting what other people have said. I don't know if anyone disagrees that NDEs, near-death experiences, often are cited as causative of changes in perspective about divinity. I.e., somebody going from not believing God to believing in God can happen as a change of perspective, whatever. But what is a near-death experience actually evidence? And I think it's saying something about the material nature of consciousness. It's not really saying anything about God, because if we want to sort of steel man it from the proverbial T-jump position, it's like, yeah, I'll grant you a universe with consciousness, but that's not God because reasons. But, that's it. And that's it. It's just consciousness. I mean, can you do that? Well, I would say, yeah, but you can't have a mechanistic or materialistic or whatever you want to call it, definition of consciousness. So, I don't know, fractal synchronicity, I had a couple other ones. I'm open to suggestions on this one, but I wanted to make that comment because I don't hear that argument made a lot. That there's a conflation between evidence in support of consciousness or some properties of consciousness versus evidence in support of God. Sort of teasing people to explore that question a little deeper. Oh, I don't know if I was going to get to this on the show, but just from my own approach, like I don't really presuppose God in any anthropomorphic sense scientifically. That really wouldn't make sense to like go looking for Krishna on the level of a proton, right? I'm thinking of the Shiva statue at the CERN right now. Anyway, it would appear presupposing a particular understanding of a deity would basically have no upshot with regards to science, which sort of value of science is the alleged objectivity, aka the non-subjectivity. He wrote a paper on the self-similarity of DNA. So I thought that was super cool. I mean, it's supposed to be a debate, but if it's all right and if they want it to go in a direction of more of a conversation than a debate, we could talk about that. And my husband advised me earlier to have my DNA balls ready to go for the old twirl demonstration. He called himself an evolutionary creationist. Got a couple notes, just general comments about arbitrary special pleading of particular notions of a creator god, uh, whether omnipotence was just sort of a definitional thing. That's sort of less on the topic of the debate. That's about all I had with regards to the debate. And yeah.
I'm looking for my flow of your debate against Mark, and it doesn't appear to be on one of our Thursday night debate prep. So I looked, it was September 11th this year. So I'm looking at the past week in reviews. Hopefully it was probably the week after September 11th.
Yeah, but I think it'll be a success if it doesn't turn into something fighty and it doesn't go off in the weeds too much. But I don't want to say it can't go off in the weeds. Won't. I'm just really, yeah, that'll be a sign that it was a success. I'm hearing some background noise.
I don't know my mic, and I have. I'll mute a second. I'm just looking for your. I'm looking for the flow of your evolution debate against Mark. I have it. If I can't find it on the computer, I have the paper on my desk.
All right, so I don't know how much I want to focus on argumentation about microstates. I would say probably not, because it's too obscure. Yeah, randomness. That'd be nice if that existed, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, it actually takes more faith to believe in randomness than just to simply accept that we live in a universe, for better or worse, subject to causality, which is what is, of course, meant when people say karma. But then you can have a subject-specific reference to karma, like someone says, oh, that person has bad karma. It means that their bad choices are sort of showing up in their life. And it's clear to onlookers, if not the person themselves, that they're playing a role in the continuation of their bad situation. Yeah, so lots of stuff appears random, etc., etc. But does the concept of randomness clarify anything in terms? Not really. We want to be able to account for the perception of randomness. And that involves a deeper understanding of causality. So got to go somewhere where you're really only making is not a basic assumption. How many other things have to exist before you can start to talk about the conceptualize, conceive of notion of randomness? Or maybe you need infinite things before you can start to conceive of randomness, because it just doesn't exist. So therefore, it's unwise to assert ad hoc as part of the reasoning process, right? I mean, I'd be like reasoning around something like free will. Comforting emotional construct, not something you abuse the tenets of mathematics to convince yourself is more real than it actually is. Ahem, cogito, people. Are you interested in talking, or did you want to evolution debate post show? Did you want to like play a part of that, or what are you thinking? You just want to look at the diagram?
Yeah, I just wanted to find the flow to show the arguments that you argued about or you put forward. So Can you see the screen?
You can try to make it a little bit bigger. It's already full screened here, but I don't know how much this is actually gonna, because the paper itself is. Oh wait, maybe actually. I thought I saw genetic determinism there.
Yeah, this is pink was Mark had went first affirmative, and you were the negative. I mean, you went second, and so these were your arguments that you argued that evolution requires genetic determinism. So I don't know if you're going to argue that again, but that was one. That was the first point that you mentioned. You mentioned evolution doesn't really make predictions. Weak predictions, just occasional matches. Falsify axiomatic presuppositions that so I guess you're saying evolution is not falsifiable. It's whatever reason. I mean, how you'd have to watch your actual opening of your modern day debate, but you'll falsify axiomatic presuppositions, which I'm assuming that you're saying that the axioms of evolution are not falsifiable. The origins of DNA. You made a point about the chemistry of water being incomplete. Devolution, that you're probably saying that you're in reality that there's more evidence of devolution than evolution. You made a point about the mechanisms of macroevolution, that presumably evolution as a theory is only explainable as microevolution. And so what are the mechanisms of macroevolution? You have a point about punctuated equilibrium. I guess the fossil record didn't match the original theories, so therefore they switched to punctuated equilibrium. You, Mark, went back and forth on that. What you called the Socratic two-step to defend the weak definition of evolution. You said there's no model for life from non-life. You said evolution has a weak metaphysical framing, and that it's largely based on ad populum fallacy. So you didn't really directly attack many of Mark's points, and then on the actual flow that I had, there wasn't that much back and forth. You had a little bit of a back and forth on genetic determinism, and what happened in that debate with Mark was eventually he was like, well, what's your theory? And it got sidestepped to the unrelated to evolution. So he laid out his whether there are better explanations for the observed patterns. You talked a little bit about punctuated equilibrium. You talked a little bit about genetic determinism, and then it just got to, well, what's your model? And then that was kind of the end of the debate in terms of what it was supposed to be.
Really, is that a direct quote? Is that what's your model? Sorry.
Yeah, so that's why the flow was pretty bad. So but I was saying that you could watch, and you probably should watch your presentation. I think you had a PowerPoint. If you're gonna have a PowerPoint for tomorrow, and you could see from the flow.
12 minutes, so I do think a PowerPoint is probably a good idea. What do you think at 12 minutes?
Do you have PowerPoint that you used against Mark?
Oh, I would just start all over again, like a fresh start, like
We
Louis
didn't save it.
Pasteur's
You
lab.
want to open up and look at the PowerPoint that you used against Mark?
Um, I can try to, sure, if I can find it. Uh, what I called it and where I stored it is possibly debate evolution mark. We're in luck. And I gave it a sane title. The very sane title for a file to have. Will my computer survive the process of booting up PowerPoint? Stay tuned. Atheism is not a religion, neither is science or math. How did I know you were going to say that? Yet, 2 seconds ago, you just said that devolution is evolution. So, how do you square that circle?
Yeah. So why don't you go over your PowerPoint from your first presentation? And
Oh, my
you want
computer's
to,
completely frozen. We may never be getting this PowerPoint, but I hope it will open in the
okay.
next.
So you want to prevent what happened last time. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, if you just want to
I
use
do want to. I don't want to
your
be
for
this,
self promotion.
basket case who never. So I appreciate it.
I mean, you actually want to have a debate on evolution. Like you don't want to, just try to use it for a platform for self promotion. You probably be beneficial to actually debate evolution.
Yes, by your definition of debate, that's absolutely correct.
By anyone's definition of debate. I'm saying I showed you the
Sure.
flow. What happened last time, and you could watch your last debate with Mark. Is it wasn't a proper debate on evolution. After like 20 minutes into the debate, it got completely veered off topic to just I mean maybe pejorative. I'm saying use self promotion, but just what's your theory, and saying that had nothing to do with the topic of what your theory was. It wasn't like a AMA with Church of Entropy. It was supposed to be a debate on evolution.
All right, noted. And I've got it loaded up now.
Unless you're saying like no, like my goal
No,
is to make it an AMA of Church of Entropy, and so if you could steer it off topic from a debate
no,
on evolution to an AMA of you,
no,
that's your goal.
no, that's not my goal. But my goal is service. Sometimes it's hard to know what the best service is, but that is the goal.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well probably basically use the same PowerPoint. Maybe you'll add one or two things to it or take a few away, and or say which ones you want to go more quickly, and then based on this man's expertise, especially that his expertise is protein synthesis and biochemistry, that it's probably more likely that you want to keep the argument within the domain of your mutual expertise. But like if you want, for the sake of thoroughness, that you could mention the main arguments against evolution.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be arguing in favor of evolution here, so I was arguing against it
You're saying
here.
tomorrow you're arguing in favor of evolution?
Well, the name of it was very unclear. His email said, "Do you want to have a friendly debate?" And I took that to mean a conversation, which is fine. And don't. I mean, I think the idea is that we, don't agree on everything, but that evolution is on trial. I
Well,
think
I
if
mean, it's
any,
not evolution on trial. I mean, this man is not like
that's the
Mark.
name of the show, though.
Okay,
Evolution on Trial is the name of the show.
I mean, Cy Gart will be the one defending evolution. You're the one who opposes evolution.
Well, if he's a Christian creationist, I don't know how that's possible.
He's not a Christian creationist. He's like I mean, you remember Gerard Schroeder that we talked to on Root and Branch with Lowell? He's a guided evolution that's in line with Christianity. So he's not a creationist. He's not an intelligent design. He's a guided evolution that God, the God of the Bible, the God of Jesus Christ, chose evolution as the method I mean, if that makes sense to you. But I'm saying I watched his interview. That's what he's going to be arguing.
Oh, well, that's very good to know.
You're not arguing. Like he's the one who's defending evolution. I mean, if it's a friendly conversation, he
Hey,
will.
this is why we need to have the show because I mean, how the hell would I know that?
Well, you could have watched like a video or read like a
I
blog
did.
post of his.
I did watch some videos that I
You just
sorry.
assumed because he was Christian, he was like intelligent design.
I guess it wasn't so much that as how the email was worded, but it's fine.
I mean, you remember talking with Gerald Schroeder on Root and Branch.
About what, sorry? What topic?
You-
The time I came on to talk about consciousness?
Well, you mean you weren't on, that wasn't your show. You were just helping with tech. You asked a few questions at the end, but you were on the call. Gerald Schroeder wrote some probably some of the more famous book, the Genesis and the Big Bang and the Science of God, and he defends a biblical understanding of evolution, saying that the Genesis and the Big Bang, where he interprets the story from Genesis to align with evolution, and just says that the God of the Bible used evolution, which is the official position of the Catholic Church, that evolution is true, and it was just guided by God, and the method that God used to create the world was the Big Bang and evolution. I mean, that's generally the mainstream. There's a lot of intelligent design, but the mainstream Christian position is, um, I don't call it mainstream. It's a big divide, but one at this point, probably even the mainstream, the majority of Christians believe in evolution, and but don't think it's a contradiction to the Bible, and think that God guided evolution or something like that. So it's going to be a weaker form, where your complaints of genetic determinism or randomness or various things, that he could be like the god of the gaps, that evolution is true, and the answer to the problems or the gaps in it is that God was guiding it. So I didn't review like any of this guy's debates on evolution, but I'm assuming that's what he's going to be arguing for.
Cool.
I mean, if you low quality debate, you're not even going to watch one of his debates or do any research.
I have
Mhm.
been.
I mean, maybe tomorrow you actually watch like one of his debates on evolution, or
I have
see
been, but
like
I honestly thought his position was some type of creationism. I mean, he said he was creation evolution, so I guess I could go either way. And I didn't actually I watched several of his videos but never actually got to understand what his position was exactly. It was very nuanced.
I mean, you haven't seen like the Vatican. I mean, I showed like the Vatican protocol and what the official position of the Catholic Church is on evolution. That evolution is true, but it's
We've gone over this on the show that the Catholic Church is fine with evolution and the Big Bang.
yeah, it's saying it's God guided. It was not intelligent design. I'm saying that like I mean, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that this guy's pro evolution, and that's the position he's taking. Similar to Gerard Schroeder of Genesis and the Big Bang, although Gerard Schroeder is a physicist and more focusing on the Big Bang, and this guy's a biochemist that's expertise is protein synthesis. So the question, like where DNA came from, he is going to have a lot more expertise on that, but he
He's going
won't
to have more
be
expertise on where DNA came from because
because he has a PhD in biochemistry.
okay. All right, so you want
Is
me
there
to go
something you're not
over
understanding here?
how
He
well
has a
do they
PhD
understand
in
DNA?
biochemistry. He's a born again Christian, and he didn't reject his belief in evolution, but he believes that the Bible and evolution don't conflict. And exactly, I didn't watch enough of him to hold like if he believes in some sort of God guided evolution, or if he thinks the mechanics, like if God just set up the system, a predetermined form of evolution, or if God was guiding evolution the whole time. But he has a PhD in biochemistry, and his expertise is protein synthesis, which is means the genetic code. The DNA works because DNA codes for proteins and then those proteins that are coded in the DNA actually code and make molecules and organisms that make up our body. So I mean, DNA is the code for protein synthesis, and protein synthesis is the mechanism. I mean, I don't know how much you know about biology or protein synthesis. Like this guy has a PhD in it. Presumably, he knows significantly more about it than you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Well, that's exciting. It should be very educational.
yeah. So I'm saying that. I mean, so why don't you go through your PowerPoint and you're saying you have a 12-minute introduction, and then you could assume that if you're going to have a good conversation, it's going to be more in the line of expertise. For example, like DNA, genetic determinism, um, and the origins of DNA. I mean, you could argue the other things just because he has a PhD and that's his expertise in protein synthesis doesn't mean that you're going to be talking about DNA the whole time. But for that probably makes the most sense that what you guys should be talking about the most.
We should talk about DNA the most because I have that model and because he has. But yeah, I mean, really, what I wanted to talk to him about was his published paper. It sounded absolutely fascinating.
Well, I mean, it's not an interview. I'm saying like you could invite him on Week in Review. You could invite him on your channel for an interview. That's why I was talking about networking. You could tell him you got a buddy Doovid, and like maybe I'll interview him and talk about his paper. But I mean, he was saying you're going to be opposing evolution. And he's
All
going to be
right. So, do
arguing
you
for
want me to try to set him up for an interview on your channel then?
that. Doesn't have to be your goal. I mean, you can.
Well,
But I
it's
was saying no.
probably
Your
better than
goal is to
not
debate
tanking another
evolution.
evolution debate.
Well, I was saying you're not going to. You're going to be arguing against evolution, and he's going to be defending it. I was saying, like, are we having some sort of communication failure here?
Well, it's just I misread the email from James there.
I mean, you want to reopen it, and I mean, I don't know if you want to share it if it's private, but I mean, saying like, how complicated could it be? I mean, what's the email?
You know what confused me is because I was debating with Mark for Flat Earth. That's why I thought, I
mean, why
guess
don't
that
you?
means
I mean,
I'm
you
defending
want to read
evolution.
the email? You want to open the email? Like, is it confusing or not?
I guess it is confusing.
Well, I mean, you want to read it or something, or just
Yeah,
look
I'm
at it
just
now?
pulling it out right now. Just pulling it out right now. Let's see here.
Like some professionalism here. I'm saying like you're going to be appearing on a show in front of hundreds of people tomorrow. Like I mean, it just says evolution on trial for the thing, and I'm assuming that he's pro-evolution and you're anti-evolution.
I'm gonna read the email. Okay. Hey Jen, I hope you're well. People have really enjoyed your debates and I wanted to see if you might be up for a friendly debate with Dr. Seigart on evolution on trial topic. Ideally, Monday. That's all the parts. That's it. So.
That's it. He didn't even say whether you're for it or against it.
At first, I thought he wanted me to defend it, but now that I think about it, you're right. He wants me
There's
to
zero chance that he wants you to defend evolution. You went against it. Like, what possibly could you be the one defending evolution? What
I
are you
just thought,
talking about?
I'm just so versatile as a debater that he wants. I
You can't
honestly
even say that
didn't think
without
about it
laughing. I
that
was
much.
saying, like,
The
be
truth is, I
serious. You're
just
going to
didn't
appear on
think.
a channel in front of hundreds of people tomorrow. You don't even know if you're for it or against it.
Error acknowledged, taken on board. I
I
flopped.
mean, come on. I'm saying, like, what are you talking? You don't even know whether you're arguing for it or against it tomorrow?
Please don't be mad at me. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not mad at you. Just saying, like, you're just like, I mean, it's like I'm just dumbfounded. Like what the hell?
I guess my thought process has certain
And you don't
hacks.
even care. You're just like, oh, I'm going to appear on Modern Day Debate and just be an idiot in front of hundreds of people. I'm going to show up and be like, James, I'm arguing for or against evolution.
All right. I need to just even out here. So, where did DNA come from? Was the second slide. I'm basically saying that there's no evidence for life, at least the process of self replication of life, without DNA. So, it's very reasonable to just assume we need DNA. And I know there's the notion that, well, it arose from something like RNA. That's presupposing that you understand the complexity conditional. That's very dumb. Now, anyone who's seen my model demonstrated with the oscillating spherical light waveforms understands that DNA is kind of there's two components necessarily. So it's just the one component. There's really nothing to grip onto because the two strings are gripping onto each other.
But it's not, I mean, it's that like, I mean, you think about it from the perspective of the
It turns out that abiogenesis is not that easy to understand, though. Tiny, tiny snag in that.
yes. I mean, make your argument extremely clear that people should have no confusion of what you're trying to say, and if you're trying to explain your own theory, separate that from what is going to be more easily intuitive. Like you're saying, you have the problem uh, with evolution based on um, how DNA arises from random processes versus some theory of your own that you're putting forward, and saying that, I mean, you just think it's going to devolve. The conversation is going to devolve into you're putting forward your theory, and him arguing with you about your theory.
I'm actually hoping that that doesn't happen. I'm hoping it becomes an opportunity for networking and a pleasant conversation / debate.
Networking will be the post product of the debate. Is not the opportunity for networking. Networking happens after the successful uh, debate. After you have a pleasant conversation and you've proved yourself and he's proved himself, and you enjoyed it and you want to talk more, that that you walk away and exchange numbers, or briefly mention where what you might be doing next. But like, no, you're focusing not on networking. I'm trying to teach you to network, but like, no, you're not going to be networking tomorrow. You're going to be debating.
Okay. So talking to someone in a
I mean,
debate.
am I
That's not
saying something
networking.
complicated? Like, I don't understand how that means a
Apparently, I
communication
have
failure.
some problems with understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying. I mean, networking is something that you could use in all circumstances, and yes, you want to have friendly relationships with the people that you deal with. You're going to be talking with this guy for a few hours tomorrow, and you want to walk away in a way that he wants to work together with you, and maybe do more shows, or cross network with you. But that's not what you're going to be talking with him tomorrow. You're going to be debating with him against evolution.
Cool.
I mean, it's like if I see my dentist, and like I'm not seeing my dentist to network. I'm seeing my dentist to get my teeth cleaned. And then afterwards, like when I'm paying the bill or talking with them, I might throw a few words about networking. You're going to be debating evolution, and you keep in mind that if you're friendly and have positive relations, these people will want to work together with you, and you could possibly throw in a word or two about future programming, but like of the program of like the hour and a half that you're live with him, networking will be less than 1 minute of it. I mean, does that make sense to you? I mean, I encouraging
Does
you
it
to
make sense
network.
to you that how the debate goes is going to determine whether networking is possible?
Yeah, but it's saying like if you network with them, that will be less than 1 minute of like a comment at the end of saying like, yeah, like Sai really enjoyed talking the conversation. If you want to come on Week in Review, or your friend Doovid, interview on his channel. We find these topics interesting, and would like to continue the conversation like that. That's going to be the totality of the networking, and then you'll have the post show, or if you're doing a post show with Amy, that you would invite Sai to the post show with Amy.
Mm.
But like, you're not going to be booking further debates. Like, I mean, maybe at the very end, but I mean, you want to have clear, concise, easily understandable arguments, against evolution that even people without a background in science are going to understand. And then because he's an expert in biochemistry and protein synthesis is based on DNA, that you're going to have very technical, in-depth arguments about that maybe the majority of the audience is going to get lost at and not understand. And so you have to play that out. And certainly in your introduction, you want to make it as clear as possible why what you're saying is an argument against evolution.
It's an argument against mutation as the engine for evolution. Evolution is a pretty broad term.
You're going to assume that he's going first. I'm going to assume that.
No, I'm going first. He wanted me to go first, it would appear.
Did it say that in the letter? How do you know that?
Oh, well, the most recent email, I believe, indicated something to that effect. He said he'd be happy for you to go first. Can you dig that?
Okay, so why don't you just, I mean, you have your slides there. You just think about your strategy, whether you want to give a whole bunch of arguments, or, I mean, you have two things. Your intro, um, if you just want to quickly lay out a bunch of arguments that you're going to include and say, like, do you really want to be talking about punctuated equilibrium with them? You could mention punctuated equilibrium.
Well, yeah, I do. If I think that he's interested in talking about it, but maybe he's not. So
are you going to, you know, if so, I mean, you have a day, you could fix these slides up, rework these slides. Your slides are, some of these slides are pretty good. Some of them could use a little bit of work.
They're all terrible. I think I should just start all over from nothing. I mean, it's completely different with Mark than this guy.
Yeah, because Mark doesn't really understand evolution. He doesn't have a background in it. You know, this guy's a PhD in biochemistry.
Okay. Yeah, punctuated equilibrium and best model. I've got a comment on the best model of evolution, but it's not really a complete model in that there's no mechanical element. Don't really know how much of this I actually said in the debate, and it seems like it goes on, but I don't know. It's just more sort of non-related things. There's no need to go into the remainder of the slides, I don't think.
Well, it's for your benefit. Like, you're going to be giving a 12-minute introduction talking first. And I mean, why don't you think about like your pre-slide intro? Like if I, you know, like, you know, if I were doing it and, you know, just saying like, okay, evolution is currently the dominant paradigm that the majority of science and even you know, Christians and believers believe is the reality of the explanation for the origins of life and the mechanisms that explain how life arose and for how life operates. However, it is incorrect. Evolution is not an accurate depiction of the origins of life, and evolution leads to faulty understandings of how life actually operates and what actually is. And I'm going to explain to you multiple logical flaws in the fundamental theory of evolution that axiomatically, like you know, like showed on my flow, evolution. You could lay it out, you know, your slides like I showed on my flow. Evolution is not really a proper scientific theory. It doesn't really make predictions in a way that scientific theories are supposed to. Evolution is not falsifiable in a way that scientific theories are supposed to be. And you know, furthermore, the intricacies of what we know about human life, it's basically impossible that evolution could correctly be describing uh, the origins of what we know, you know, specifically like DNA. So, I mean, if you want to logically determine it, you probably want to start out first with the fundamental scientific flaws of evolution, like mainly, for what you argued last time, if you have more that evolution is not proper scientific theory because it doesn't make predictions and is not falsifiable. And then, so if he argues point by point, he argue those points. And then after you make the point that evolution is not falsifiable and doesn't make predictions like a proper scientific theory, you're saying letting that be, uh, that evolution contradicts with what we know about DNA, and then you will give your arguments about uh, if you're going to talk about something like genetic determinism, saying so evolution, in order for it to work, necessitates multiple things that can't be true, such as genetic determinism. You can't have evolution without genetic determinism, and genetic determinism is false, therefore evolution is false. And then you'll have to make the point that evolution necessitates genetic determinism, and that genetic determinism is false. And then you have your separate points like punctuated equilibrium, like the mismatch of the fossil evidence and the theory of evolution, and then how evolution adapted, changed the theory in order to match the evidence, namely punctuated equilibrium. And so once you have all your arguments, which might be too much for it to do tonight, you want to clear, especially that you're the first affirmative, you want to clear logical structure of your arguments
I'm the
so that,
first affirmative of the negation of evolution.
yeah, I mean, so I mean, generally, so you can't argue a negative, but you will be arguing a negative. So, I mean, and you probably don't want to waste, you just assume that people understand what the theory of evolution is, since you're going first and you've argued evolution on the channel before, that you're not going to explain the theory that you're rejecting. You're going to assume that the audience is already familiar with the theory of evolution. And so you want a clear logical order and structure to your arguments. And like, so I'm recommending that you could start out first that evolution is not a proper scientific theory, and whatever points you have under that, like doesn't make predictions, isn't falsifiable. And then
I would
within,
argue that it does make a prediction of genetic. I think genetic determinism is a prediction. It does make predictions, but I've cited the predictions that it makes, and I get basically hand waving because
doesn't make
there's a
doesn't
real
make testable
problem with
predictions.
the accounting for certain steps in punctuated equilibrium. Like there's sort of not very much, and then all of a sudden, huge amount, huge growth in complex, not complexity, but I
Yeah,
think
I'm
they
gonna
say
say I don't need you to
biodiversity.
give me your arguments. I'm trying to help you structure your arguments. So I mean, at this point, if you're trying to,
My
like,
point was what it predicts. It predicts if the mechanism is okay. Well, someone in the chat has been saying it's caused by radioactivity. I mean, I don't know if that's a commonplace theme, but let's say that, or a theory, but let's say that it's radioactivity that causes the genetic changes that cause evolution. That doesn't account for the punctuated equilibrium. What that predicts is a continuous change. But
yeah,
I don't
I
know
mean,
that
we're
anyone's
not gonna
going to
have time for
agree
you to
with that.
go over your arguments. I'm trying to help you structure your arguments specifically for your first introduction.
I'm telling
And
you
so, like,
why it's not a good argument because no one's going to understand it. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
yeah, I mean, you need to structure your arguments in an organizable structure where people understand you're going to be giving a series of arguments and you have to explain your arguments. So I'm not like at this point, it's too late for, to have an in-depth, uh, going over your arguments. I'm just trying to help you structure your arguments in a way that will make sense in their presentation. So if you're
Okay.
talking about predictions as a theory, that evolution doesn't make predictions in the way that most scientific theories make.
It doesn't, yeah, in the sense that nobody acknowledges what the predictions are. Yes, I'll grant you that that's accurate.
I mean, granted me, I'm telling you the arguments you made last time. I'm not asking you to grant me something. I'm telling you what you argued last time. You don't even remember what you argued last
Can
time.
you tell me if you're suggesting I take this tack again this time, or It's
I'm trying to help you structure. I'm just basing it on the arguments you made last time. Like it's too
you're
late.
repeating my argument from last time. All right.
So I'm trying to structure. Like if you have new arguments, good. And like if you want to mention a few of these new arguments quickly, fine. But you're not gonna have time to go over and dissect all of your new arguments. I'm just trying to help you structure your arguments for your first introduction, so you'll be able to say it in a way that makes sense to the majority of the audience. So I was suggesting that you start out with saying that evolution one is unscientific, and that according to the arguments you made last time, it's unscientific because it's not falsifiable and it doesn't make predictions. Does that make sense to you? So that's what you said last time, but you didn't structure it that way. You had those
Did
two
I
different
actually
arguments.
say it doesn't make predictions? Did I literally say that? It may seem that I intonated that, but did I say that? Because I thought I said that it predicted genetic determinism.
I
Now this
didn't
might
rewatch
have been
your
later in the
debate.
debate.
I'm saying it was, it was on September 11th. It was like 5 months ago. So you want to be professional, you should rewatch your debate. Like, if I thought about it, maybe I would have rewatched your debate from earlier tonight. Or maybe if you want to, I mean, if it's going to make more sense, you want to just play your introductory statement from Mark, last time. I mean, the PowerPoint. Um, but if you're going to make an argument that it's not a proper scientific theory, and how you're going to say that. And I was saying, if you disagree with my tenet that you're saying it does make predictions, but it sounded, from my understanding last time, you had an argument that evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it's not falsifiable and it doesn't make predictions. Say doesn't make predictions, but it not in the way that a proper scientific theory does. And you're going to have to come up with some way to explain that in a way that's understandable to the audience.
Which,
If
based
that's
on the last time, is impossible.
So if you're not going to claim that evolution doesn't make predictions, I'm saying maybe say evolution doesn't make testable predictions. Evolution is not a scientific theory because it's not falsifiable and it doesn't make testable predictions.
I thought I said that the predictions it made were literally falsified by the record.
Those
Now,
aren't
maybe I'm
those
remembering
are
it
those
wrong.
are explanations of the past. You're saying the evolution making predictions about the future, and evolution is not falsifiable even in terms of the historic record, because you could always just weave another story that explains the data, like
It
punctuated
is
equilibrium.
falsifiable, but in principle it's falsifiable, but practically it's not, because just like what you said, people keep coming up with excuses and saying, well, actually it's fine that this effect is here, and it's not really saying what it seems to be saying.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you're taking notes or if you're going to
I am
rewatch this
definitely,
later.
but in terms of whether it made predictions, I mean, I thought I said that it predicted a continuous change in the genetic record, because if the source of the mutation is constant, then if the genetics are causing the phenotype, then and the
Because
genetics
like
are
me and
changing at a
TJ argue
constant
that
rate, then the
our,
phenotype should
our
change at a
predictions
constant rate.
about the
That was my
future or the
reasoning,
past.
but I've never heard anybody in biology make that
I mean,
argument.
you're using the word prediction, and you're saying, is it predicting an explanation of the past or a prediction of the future?
No, I'm saying a prediction as in a priori from the axioms, from the structural assumptions of the model itself, you can derive expected results. So if the assumption is that there's a more or less constant rate of mutation, and then that causes a constant rate of genetic change, then you'd expect a constant rate of phenotypic change if there was an actual causal relation there. But
Yeah, I mean,
that's
so
not what
you're
happens.
mixing
What we
you're
observe
mixing
is
the two things. You're
punctuated
mixing the two
equilibrium.
things.
Ugh.
So when I say evolution's not a proper scientific theory because it's not falsifiable and it doesn't make predictions, the prediction is about the future. You can't test it
It
because it
does
doesn't make
make
a
a
prediction
prediction.
about what's going to happen. You're talking about an explanation for what previously happened,
It's a
and it's not
prediction of a point
falsifiable.
in the past relative to a point less in the past than another point in the past. And then you can say, you can project out into the future relative to now and say, well, based on what's happened in the past, we can expect that to keep happening.
But you can't. The evolution doesn't make predictions like that where you could predict what's going to happen and then it's going to happen.
And I say it does. It's just that those evolutions don't line up with evidence, and so they're ignored.
Well, okay, you don't want to have the problem where you're arguing against evolution, so you don't want to be explaining evolution. You're arguing against it. So, I mean, if you can't
I'm going
clearly,
to have to explain it to argue against it, aren't I? If people don't even know what it is I'm arguing against,
no, I mean,
how do I get
you
out of
don't
that but for
really, because
explaining it?
then you're gonna end up like a straw man, whereas did you properly explain what you're arguing against? So I
Well,
think,
they're going to say no. We know they said no last time, but the question is, did I actually accurately explain it or not?
well, I mean, if you're clearly defining words like predictions about the future, not predictions that are an
No, who is fit to
explanation.
judge what's a prediction of a model? Just now, you couldn't predict what a model entailed. It's apparently next to impossible to make predictions based on models. So, if that's the condition for acceptance and nobody can recognize the condition for acceptance, isn't that an issue? Like, how
It's
do I
saying
deal
this,
with
it's
that?
not a proper scientific theory that doesn't make predictions like proper scientific theories. There's no equation that like an engineering result that you could plug it into equation, predict a result, and then test it that you're going to get that result. That's what I mean by prediction. You can't design an experiment and use the theory of evolution to make a prediction of what's going to happen and then test it. That's all I'm saying. It's not a proper scientific theory. So I mean, you're playing around with the word prediction, and now like you're trying to defend evolution. I'm just saying, base evolution is not a proper scientific theory that makes predictions. You can't test it. You can't say based off of evolution, this is going to happen, and then test it. It's not a proper scientific theory like that. That's all I was saying. I mean, if that's
Yeah,
you're not going to use that argument, now you're arguing against me like you're defending evolution, and like we don't have time to do that. I don't want to waste
sure. No,
time
I get it. I
right
get it. I
now.
was
I'm
just
trying to
thinking,
help you
Mark.
structure your arguments. If you
Sure.
don't agree with that argument, then let's just move on. If you're not going to use that argument, I thought that's what you argued last time. It's a common argument. So evolution is not a proper scientific theory. It doesn't make testable predictions. You can't say the theory of evolution says that this is going to happen and then test it and say, oh, this happened.
All right.
But if you
I'll write
disagree
that down.
and now you're saying, no, evolution really does that, then scrap it. You're not going to use that argument.
I've explained what I thought, but it's just not coming across, so we can just move on.
You're talking about something else. I mean, so you think I'm wrong
I don't
that
think you're wrong at all. I think I'm just not explaining myself very well.
yeah, you're trying to say some different argument, and you're talking. I mean, because the word prediction. That's what I mean. I argue with T Jump. He just didn't get it. I mean, you took predictions about the past or predictions of the future, explanations of the current state of being based on the theory, and predictions about the future. And that's what T Jump said. No, predictions about the future is all that matters. I want T
And
Jump
he's
in
wrong.
detail, and he
And
said
he's wrong.
99% of what matters is predictions about the future. Evolution does not make predictions about the future. It's not a proper scientific theory. Am I making sense to you?
Yeah, just listening.
And so
Evolution doesn't make predictions.
you can't say
It's
according
more
to
of a
evolution.
post hoc rationalization than a predictive model.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to use these arguments, like I mean, if you don't want my help,
I do
like
want your help.
we
I'm
could just
just,
end
I
the
didn't,
show.
I don't know why you took that as me disagreeing with you. I appreciate what you're saying here. Make notes here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like we always say, evolution's not a proper scientific theory. It's not falsifiable. There's nothing that you say if this were to be, then evolution is proven false. There's always like it's like a narrative theory, and it doesn't make testable predictions about the future. Like however you're going to word it that way. Like if it's saying it's not a proper scientific theory, um, and then
Do
if
you
you have
remember
your
what Mark said against that it doesn't make predictions thing? He said that it did make predictions, then
he
it was like
didn't.
a
I
hybrid.
showed you the flow. Like you only argued on like 3 points. You argued on your Socratic two-step and punctuated equilibrium and genetic determinism. Those were the only points that you made that he argued off of. All the other
I
stuff he
seem
didn't
to
make any.
remember us speaking on the DNA thing, and me saying that that's a prediction, and him saying no. Actually, what a prediction is that they said that they would find a species morphogenetically intermediate between two previously established species, and that was actually a more significant prediction than the shape of DNA from primitive shapes.
I mean, maybe relate to punctuated equilibrium. But either way, that's not a prediction. That's an explanation of a past event. That
Sure.
has nothing to do with the fact that evolution is not a proper scientific theory that makes predictions that are testable. So you're using prediction in the same way, like you're predicting an explanation of how the past happened. You can't, scientific theories are not testable in the way that they explain past phenomenon. They make predictions. If you don't want to use the word prediction, just say they're not evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it doesn't make testable future predictions. You want to be precise in your wording, figure out a way. So arguing about how evolution would have described the past and then the evidence of what happened in the past, that's not a prediction. It's an explanation of what happened in the past. And if you want to use the word as like that is a prediction, then be precise in your language that when you say evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it doesn't make predictions, don't play stupid word games. Be extremely clear so that people listening know exactly what the hell you're talking about and not playing stupid word games like T jump.
So you'd say T Jump's largely playing stupid word games.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. That's what he does. He plays word games. And that skirts around the fact that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he doesn't even care like to come to some understanding of like what are we talking about? Are we talking, so T Jump, claimed to me that the only thing that matters is making predictions and his predictions about the future. And so I said, what about an explanation of the past? He said, that doesn't matter. Science is predictions about the future. You don't remember him saying that?
I do.
So that's what I mean. And if you think there's going to be some confusion in the words, that it's not a proper, I was arguing that predictions about the past make a difference. But that I wasn't arguing science, a proper scientific theory, saying it should properly explain the past, but it doesn't make predictions about the past. It makes predictions about the future. So evolution is not a proper scientific theory. It doesn't make predictions about the future. And it's not falsifiable because any explanation of the past, you can't say like, oh, like if this, if we dig and find these type bones, then evolution is false. Because evolution, you could always come up with some explanation for how the evidence doesn't mean that evolution is false. So I'm saying something extremely simple here. So I mean, you're confusing terminology and arguments when I said that evolution is not a proper scientific theory. It has nothing to do with your understanding of the word predictions and punctuated equilibrium and evolution predicting that you're going to find in the fossil record a smooth transition from elements and not punctuated equilibrium, even though you could use the word prediction in that manner. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't play word games. Be clear in what you're talking about, and just you say because you could use the word evolution predicts that you're going to find a smooth transition between uh, species and between uh, you know, mutations or whatever in the past in the fossil record, and it didn't. That means evolution. That's not a prediction that evolution makes. The predictions in science are about what's going to happen in the future, not about what you're going to find to explain the past. And if you do want to use the word that, like I was arguing with T Jump, that both of those are predictions, then you want to make it clear what you're talking about. You don't have to use the word predictions and just say that evolution or qualify it that evolution makes testable predictions about the future.
Cool.
Thanks. Hey, memes.
I guess. What's going on?
Someone said I may have been bullying you last show, so in case I was, I'm sorry. And honestly, and from my perspective, I thought I just really wanted to help you understand, and you really wanted to understand. So if I misunderstood,
No, no,
sorry.
I'm used to it.
I don't think it was what he said. I mean, he claimed that you were her simp. That was what he said.
I mean, no, she's
We
Let's
might go
not
together with
rile
senpai.
things up
Senpai.
here.
but I want to. I mean, so let's finish in some sort of preparation. I'm trying to help Jennifer give a decent introduction to she's going first to why evolution is not a proper theory without playing like word games, and if she's getting hung up on what predictions means, that she has to qualify it. And I mean, does it make sense to you what I'm saying? That evolution is not proper.
You're like hyper, like pedantically Socratic methoding it. I mean, you can basically kind of do that with everything. It's the whole Bill Clinton, what the definition of is. I mean, you can do that. I think it's just okay. Let's entertain if this is true. If this is true, does it even take away from the argument? And I think, like I said, it's like the the best explanation I've seen basically of, oh, how could we get life here? How could God's universe create life? I'm like, photonic entanglement or something along the lines of that. I'm like, bunch of nucleotides in the right area, the right temperatures, and you happen to have a moon doing enough of that churning and everything. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, so you just say he could accept. You say you're right. Evolution is not a proper scientific theory, but it's still the best explanation we have of life or something like that. So I'm just saying that I would recommend opening up first with saying that evolution is not a proper scientific theory. And he could argue on that. He's like, yes, evolution is a proper scientific theory, either because he doesn't think scientific theories have to make testable future predictions, or he doesn't think that scientific theories need to be falsifiable, or he could reply that evolution is not a proper scientific theory, but it's still, uh,
It's
useful
it's
or
the best
true.
tested hypothesis we have, which at least when I was growing up, they're like, okay, this kind of becomes the theory until you have something that is better than it. It's the
Yes,
operating
and
framework.
I'm just trying to say something extremely simple that it's the structure argument. I was recommending, and to make it easy to understand, that she should open up first uh, with saying that evolution is not a proper scientific theory, and I gave two very clear, powerful arguments that it doesn't make testable future predictions, and that it's not falsifiable. So that's it. You could say that in 15 seconds. Like your introduction, like you give a little bit of a framing of like some sort of metaphysical, spiritual framing, or however, and then your list of arguments. Like if you wanted to, like a PowerPoint, it wouldn't take you more than 15 seconds. Evolution is not a proper scientific theory. It's
Oh,
not
you're trying to give
falsifiable.
her
It doesn't
debate
make.
advantage by basically throwing
I'm
this out
almost
there and
writing
kind of
her.
debating
I'm
it a
almost
little bit.
writing her. First and first affirmative for her if she wanted. I mean, like
No,
she.
no, 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 no. You're being a good promoter and stuff. No, and
I'm not
realistically, that
promoting. I
makes a
said
lot of
like I
sense.
straight up like write her first affirmative for her, like
Well, it's a great way to come out
I'm
and
saying like
basically just
say
kind of
I'm not
jar
writing her
someone's
first
entire
affirmative,
argument. No,
I'm
it's a
saying like
great way to start painting things out. It's just I don't even know if she needs to do that.
well, I said I don't want it to be dumb like in getting into word games, or it's saying that be clear that she makes arguments that are clear and
That's good.
understandable, that anybody watching, said like what was Jennifer argument against evolution? It's like she said it wasn't a proper scientific theory because it doesn't make future uh testable predictions, and it's not falsifiable. And then if you have an argument, you have an
Didn't we have
argument,
that bird with the
but
beak
that
that
it
said,
just clear cut
but
that
that was it
all
wasn't the
the
future. It
thousands
was
of people that see this debate will be able to say, "What there's our debate." Jennifer arguments evolution. What was her argument? Is so it wasn't. It's not evolution is not actually a proper scientific theory because it doesn't make future testable predictions, and it's not falsifiable.
Did Jen disagree with any of that?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if I said. I think I may have said evolution was unfalsifiable, but I don't remember saying it doesn't make predictions. Doesn't mean I didn't. I just feel like I said something else. I feel like I said it does make predictions, but biology doesn't acknowledge them, and so it's as if it didn't make predictions. I mean, if a model makes predictions and nobody acknowledges them, it's like it didn't make predictions, isn't it? Kind of.
I think it's more like terrain. It's just
Yes, I'm
things are going to
qualifying it
adapt to what's
and saying
around them.
it doesn't make future testable predictions. So we say evolution is not that kind of theory that makes future testable predictions.
I
Saying
don't think that's
it's not a
true.
scientific theory.
If you're going to culture different microbes and stuff like that, you may actually be able to make future predictions. Will they be right? I
Future
don't know.
testable predictions.
What were we testing for?
Evolution.
Okay. So like let's say like you have a microbe or something like that. It wants to reproduce. It's going to do things in order to maximize for its potential future reproduction. And you could probably
I mean,
model certain
you
things.
can have the
like
arguments.
that.
I mean, I assume he'll have some arguments and saying if that's proper.
No, I'm going to the extreme. I'm going to the
it's
extreme. I'm
a
talking about like
proper
microbe
scientific
cultures
theory.
versus larger, like humans and turtles.
So like engineering, where you're saying this is going to happen, you're going to plug it in this formula, and this is going to be the result. And you could go.
Well, it's kind of more quanta based versus like atomic scale.
I mean, you could say like COVID-19 or something, like bacteria or viruses that it's going to mutate, and it's going to find a way to you beat the vaccine or whatever you do, or beat the immune system. Somewhat.
Well, you could argue, is that evolution? Is a virus alive? People going.
But I was saying, is that a future testable prediction? If he's going to argue that, you could argue that. I was saying, I don't want to get too caught up in the back and forth.
I just remember in middle school life science, we would like swab our noses and like things around, and we put it in like the little petri dish, and we'd incubate it for like a couple of days, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa,
if you're not going to use this argument, let's just move on. Saying like,
Okay.
Jennifer, you don't want to use this argument, let's just move on. I'm trying to help you structure.
You are helping me tremendously a lot. It's just a tricky subject. I'm taking notes.
So if you're not going to use this argument, let's just move on. If you don't like this future, it's not a proper scientific theory. You don't want to use that argument, or if you do want to say it's not a proper scientific theory because it's not falsifiable, and you don't want to mention the future testable predictions, let's just move on.
Might be better just not to mention them because it's too confusing. But yeah, the unfalsifiable thing, that might be worth mentioning. But I'm just thinking, like, how's he going to respond to that?
Well, it doesn't. He may or may not.
Just express your doubts with it as a functional
for how you're going to what arguments you're going to put forward in structure. He may or may not respond to a good proportion, just like you laid out over 10 arguments, and Mark only responded to 3 of them. So I'm just saying, for your first introduction, you're talking to the crowd, and like, yeah, you would be best off to be prepared to argue all of these points, but in reality, is he's probably not. Like if he's not flowing it, or he's not like a skilled debater, which I doubt he is, he's probably not going to respond to the majority of the points you make in your introduction.
Well, I don't think you need to go at it that hard. I think just be honest. It's like if you have your doubts about like the evolution as an operational theory, just be like, I have my personal doubts about it. You express it, and I think that would actually resonate with a lot of people. You were honest.
You're just talking rhetoric. Like, I mean, Doooovid's. I'm classical, straight academic debate, and saying this guy probably isn't doing that. He's not going to do a point by point refutation in a way that, I mean, modern day debate's kind of like a low tier. It's not like an academic platform where people are flowing or doing a point by point.
Would we use something other than academic debate for like a non-academic debate platform?
Well, I'm just trying to help her at least get a good first affirmative in something, something that someone who heard isn't going to walk away not knowing any of the arguments that she said. That that any given person who watches this tomorrow is going to walk away understanding at least a few of the arguments you said against evolution just from your introduction. And what he argues in your back and forth is you can't predict that, and I don't want to waste too much time. I'm just trying to help you have something clear so that anybody who watches you tomorrow is going to understand multiple arguments for why evolution is wrong.
What are we arguing about again?
She's taking the negative against evolution. And she's going first, so she's opening up with a 12-minute speech where she's going to argue for 12 minutes why evolution is a false theory.
Okay.
So I'm trying to make something extremely clear. That's what you said. The evolution, one, I'm not saying you're saying why it's a false theory, but saying it's not a proper scientific theory. So if you say, okay, she didn't disprove evolution, but she showed, or at least argued, that evolution is not a proper scientific theory.
Raising reasonable doubt.
Yeah, your goal is to to disprove evolution, but I was saying that I would start with you're just saying like, okay, it's hard to disprove evolution because evolution is not a proper scientific theory. It's not disprovable because it's not falsifiable and it doesn't actually make future testable predictions. Like you can't
It's
go
trying to
into a lab
falsify a negative.
and say if evolution is true, then I'm going to go into the lab and this will happen because evolution is not a proper scientific theory like that. It's not falsifiable.
Aren't human beings tending to like, I don't know, have you seen anything yet about like people like looking down towards phones and computers yet? I feel like that's something that people have said that might happen. I don't think
Yeah, I
we've
mean, you're talking
gone
just
through enough
random
cycles yet.
stuff that I'm trying to get her to steer clear of, trying to get her to
Didn't
make a
Wolfram
clear,
actually
logical point
agree?
that anybody watching, you're like, oh,
That's probably
evolution,
where I got it from.
you can't disprove evolution because it's not even a proper scientific theory that makes future testable predictions that are falsifiable.
I think they're trying to get it to be. It's just you're dealing with complexity, man. That's by
Yeah, but
definition. That's pretty
he's
tough.
gonna make his defense by saying like Jennifer cannot disprove evolution because it's not a proper scientific theory in the first place. There is no way to disprove it because it doesn't make testable, falsifiable predictions. There's nothing that she could do that would prove evolution's not true. Like as opposed to gravity, that in theory you could do something that would disprove gravity. Like if I took this cup and it just started moving up unmediated, it would disprove gravity. There's nothing that you could do that would falsify evolution because it's not even a proper scientific theory in the first place. So I mean that's you have to open up with your framing to say your evolution's on trial, you're disproving it, but the reason you can't disprove it is because it's not even a proper scientific theory in the first place. I don't want to keep on repeating
I
myself.
know.
If you
I
don't
thought that was
understand what
what
I'm
she said.
talking about,
I just don't see where the real disagreement is.
Didn't Wolfram agree?
I probably got it from him, but I'm just like plausible. I feel like do I know what evolution is? No, it's just like I feel like if you have a bunch of creatures and you get a bunch of pressures from an environment, and creatures start doing some things over time, eventually it's like I feel like whatever creatures they are going to kind of adapt to their surroundings and what they're going through
yeah,
generation after generation.
evolution's an explanation. It's a logical
Yes, that can't
explanation.
be
It's not a
falsified.
scientific theory that could be falsified through future testable predictions.
Hold on a second. So Jen, you just took a position to prove a negative, or you're debating on attempting to prove a
Am I?
I don't know,
Aren't
but
you
it's like
aren't
you're
you
trying to
sweet to
disprove
notice?
something. No. I'm just looking at that. I'm like, that's very bold. That's why I'm a little confused. I'm like, okay, let's practice debate skills.
Okay.
I mean, so let's move on. I mean, so,
Yeah, maybe we
you
can
get it
move
or you
on.
don't, and like you'll take the advice or you won't. So just move on. Like I've repeated myself like 10 times. Like if you forget tomorrow, you could watch it back.
I plan on it. You don't think it's worth mentioning any kind of teleological argument, do you?
You're trying. I mean, I'm trying to help you frame this so you could give a decent speech that your average person is going to understand what the hell you're talking about and walk away with a few arguments that they're going to say Jennifer made some clear arguments. So
I think she's trying to pull the telomere card and maybe resonate with some people that might have or might not have followed, like Dr. Brett Weinstein.
so I mean, then you're going to have, even though evolution doesn't make testable future predictions that are falsifiable, um, so presumably you're say evolution has serious flaws. That evolution is not a proper scientific theory that you could falsify, but within what evolution says, it has serious flaws, and um, evolution is really only coming to explain the past. That, or however you're going to frame it, there's serious flaws within the theory of evolution, and then within there you want to have your list, your PowerPoint, your black ball list, and then your explanation, like DNA, that you say if evolution were true, then the nature that there's a contradiction with how we know and understand DNA to operate with how DNA should operate if evolution were true.
I think Jen's trying to give herself the biggest challenge she can. Because all I know is when I hear telomeres, I'm like, I
I
I
didn't
tend to
say
feel like
telomeres.
this.
No, I didn't say
Okay.
that. I said a
Oh, teleological.
teleological
Okay.
argument, because it was actually a question asked on my flat Earth debate there,
I
and
don't
I
even
was
know what that
unfamiliar
is.
with the term.
Teleological. I've heard that.
One that's like one of Anselm's arguments for God, teleological, relating to or involving the explanation of the phenomenon in terms of the purpose they serve, rather than of the
Ooh,
cause by which they arise.
that's a good argument.
So, I mean,
'Cause I thought no,
teleological in terms of Anselm
telomeres would
is the
probably support
relating to the
evolution.
doctrine of design and purpose of the material world. So the teleological argument is because you could see design in nature that there must be a creator. But teleological in terms of philosophy, it's relating to or involving the explanation of the phenomenon in terms of the purpose they serve rather than the cause by which they arise. Kind of like begging the question. Um, So say a
Blind
theological
watchmaker type thing.
explanation why forks have prongs is that this design helps humans eat certain foods. Stabbing food to help humans eat is what forks are for.
Yeah, and sporks allow for more. I'm actually really happy I came here. I didn't even. I actually learned what teleological was. I like that. It's very powerful. It's
I'm
very
glad you came
bold.
here too. Honestly, like I am a little nervous about this debate, and I'm glad you recognized it's a tricky one. And up until the show, I actually thought I was defending evolution due to, I guess, my own stupidity and the fact that I was arguing against a Christian who his position, as far as I can understand, was evolutionary creationism. But it turns out I'm actually against evolution,
It's a
which
very
makes a lot more
interesting
sense
thing.
because I've already taken that position on that show. To be honest, I was a little confused, but it's all cleared up now. I feel like a tool, though.
I don't know. It's all right. No, it's very interesting. I mean, Doovid gave you probably pretty
Yeah, but you're
great
not going to
sound
be able to.
advice.
You only have one day. Whatever. You're not really going to be able to prepare that much. You could watch a few videos, and what you can do is prepare a good first introduction. That's the main thing I want to focus on right now. And so I think it's kind of pointless. I mean, it's not pointless, but I mean to go over the back and forth argumentation a day before the show. It's it's not going to help that much. The difference you can make is structuring a good 12-minute speech.
I think I'm gonna go watch some Babylon 5. But this has been stimulating. I learned something new.
Are you going to
Thank
tune
you.
into the debate about evolution?
I might pop in, might listen to a
Have
few
you had
bits
any
here.
more insights about the THAAD model? I appreciate
It's
your video you put out there, and I put the link to Eigen Rangers in the show
I have
description.
started to. Yeah, I'm starting to like slowly put some content over there and everything. Things are probably going to be coming to a head because I need to purchase a few more copies of some books, but there may be a book on its way this week and perhaps a 3D printed model the following week to a certain University of California professor. I'm just saying,
Dr. Keating?
I can neither confirm nor deny wherever my gifts might be going. But all I know is, well, if people say they believe in something, you just be the standard crazy person on the internet like I am, or maybe try to do something and actually, I don't know, gifts apparently people like. So that's all I know. But thank you for having me on, Jen. Good to see you as always, Doovid, and everybody else out there. Be safe.
Thanks
Oh
for
yeah, yeah. Have a
dropping
great
by.
week. Yeah, I mean, like any fundamentals of writing, you want to start out general then go specific, and end back in general. So I was recommend like general, saying that you evolution is can't you can't disprove evolution because it's not a proper scientific theory that's disprovable. And so you open up with a general framework of the generic uh, epistemological flaws in evolution, like it doesn't make falsifiable future predictions, and then whatever other generic philosophical holistic flaws that you think evolution has, and then once you've made your holistic arguments against evolution, um, then you want to go into your detailed particular arguments in evolution. And so if it's kind of like some of your holistic arguments against evolution have subpoints, you probably want to list your at the in the beginning all of your main larger arguments, and then if they have subpoints, you could repeat them together with their subpoints, and then at the end, you want to recap the main points of in a way that said that your average person watching is going to walk away clearly understanding a few of your arguments. Like I said, like you're talking to my son, that like if your mom was asking what you learn in school today, that anybody watching would be able to give an answer to what they learned from your introduction, because you organized it and expressed it in a clear way where you laid out the fundamental flaws with evolution, and then you went more into detail, and then towards the end you repeated the larger picture. I mean, if that makes sense to you, like how you're going to lay that out, and I don't know all the various arguments you plan on using, you're going to have to figure that out. And then your things on DNA, or what you're going to talk about more, how you're going to structure that in to your your laying out of your speech.
Yep. It's going to be tricky. It's sort of just weird that I thought I was debating the other side until just now. So I don't know how to feel about that, because I told some people that I was defending evolution. Now I got to go be like, whoops.
Well, I feel like an idiot, God forbid. And like,
I guess so.
And there's nothing good to feel about that. Saying like that you don't know what you're doing, you don't even know what you signed up for.
It was a definite mistake.
Okay, I mean, so whatever, it's over. It's saying like now just you do know what you're doing, and you were mistaken, and it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, you don't have to look at idiot walking into the debate and having no idea what you're talking about. Like you at least have a full day to prepare, and even if you did walk in, like at least you could prepare a good introduction. You might be able to wing the argument, just how it goes, but saying like you're going first, you want to have a good, clear arguments, and like in terms of like the networking, that I say that you're connected with arguments, that not just like, oh, Jennifer, like she has these theories that no one understands or knows what the hell she's talking about, to say Jennifer argued against evolution, and that thousands of people are going to remember these arguments that you gave over because you did it in a clear, concise manner. You're just like if a kid went to class and his mom said, what did you learn today? And like, I learned that evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it doesn't make falsifiable future testable predictions. Or it says not falsifiable at all.
You really think the audience is going to understand what that means?
Yeah, I think that that probably, if you said
they're going
that
to
clearly,
have the impression of understanding because they're familiar with the term. But having spoken to so many people, I think I have a clear understanding of where people are at.
Because you say it's a toxic audience, and none
I
of
didn't
the
say it
people
was a
listening,
toxic audience. I
like
believe
T-Jump,
you said
none of the
that.
people are going to be taking you serious. And
To be
none of the
honest,
people
I really
care.
like the mods at Modern Day Debate and the audience. Frankly, the mods keep it very respectable.
Yeah, I mean, so if it's a toxic environment, no one's going to take you serious no matter what you say. But I'm saying that, like, if it's someone's, seriously listening, that'd be clear. Like, this is the argument you gave over. I mean, like a 15-year-old kid who has learned the fundamentals of, the scientific method could understand that evolution is not a proper scientific theory because I mean, like Popper and falsibility, but it doesn't make testable future predictions. Uh, falsibilities may be a more advanced concept, but like relatively, it's clear that it's saying it's a buzzword that evolution is not falsifiable.
I've had a lot of conversations about whether something's falsifiable and the Popper falsifiability criterion,
But I'm saying
and there is
that's something
quite
that
a
one out of two of the
misunderstanding
people
there.
watching could clearly see that Jennifer argued that evolution is not falsifiable. It's not that complicated. It's saying, like, if you say it in a clear manner, that anybody who's watching is going to easily say, like, what do you watch? I watched this debate on evolution. Like, who was arguing against it? Jennifer. What'd she say? She said it's not falsifiable. It's not a proper scientific theory because it's not falsifiable.
You understand, I've argued against the concept that something being unfalsifiable is actually bad. I argue that unfalsifiable is something that is unable to be proven false. So it's true. It's just a very weak version of true. That's what I've said. So I don't want to contradict myself on that or say something that isn't that because I don't want to confuse people. I think I can think of something.
Yeah, I mean, don't play stupid word games. Like, I mean, saying, like, I mean, that.
How many times are you going to say that?
Well, am I going to keep on saying? I mean, I guess we could just wrap it up as saying, like, if I'm not being helpful, you just wrap it up. I mean,
Well,
I'm
you
trying
are.
to.
It's just like I don't know what you mean by word games. Like where it's just you're saying I'm being cagey. I'm not being clear enough. It's like, well, are other people being clear, or do you just have a normalcy bias where you're recognizing buzzwords and you're identifying that as an understanding, but really it's just a normalcy bias and the familiarity of buzzwords.
Most
Not
people
you,
are clear.
people in general.
Saying, like, there's toxic environments where people don't give a crap whether you're clear or not. They're gonna, it's gonna be toxic no matter what you say, and that could be the case. But just the clearness that, I mean, that you argued last time. You said evolution is not falsifiable. So if you're saying, oh, but really, like, I contradicted myself and, like, words could have different meaning, you don't have to
I'm
get
not
in. You don't have to.
contradicting myself, and I agree. I just don't think I should bring it up again because I'm trying to make the arguments that's actually good for the audience. And if the audience can't follow, then it's not a good argument, is it? The falsifiability thing. If nobody understands the argument, then it's a shit argument.
I mean, that one thing that's not accurate. It doesn't matter if people understand it. If it's a good argument, it's a good argument, even if it's complicated. And saying falsibility is not that complicated of an argument. And saying you don't have
Yeah,
to.
it is because the definition, what Popper actually meant when he said that was more along the lines of verifiability, testability.
Yeah, so you have to determine now.
Not able to be proven false in a abstract,
okay, so
logical
I mean,
sense.
so if you're like, you're not going to use the argument now, so you change your mind. You're not even going to include that evolution is not falsifiable, or you're going to
I
include
haven't
it.
decided yet, but
And
I'm
if you
right now
are,
just
then
trying
you
to
have
make a
to
good
just
argument.
say, is it going to take 10 seconds? Saying that evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it is not falsifiable, does not make future testable predictions, and that could be it. It could just be part of, like, 10 seconds and one thing on a PowerPoint, and then to the next slide. Or you could have a whole slide and go a whole minute trying to explain what you mean by falsifiable. So, I mean, that's what you should be deciding. And like, I want to argue about it with you, saying, like, if you, like, you do your preparation or not. I mean, it's only your own performance that's going to suffer. So, saying you could give the argument, you could not give the argument, you could spend a minute and have a whole PowerPoint with a whole bunch of points on what you mean by falsifiable. That's up to you.
That's a thought. I appreciate the input. I really haven't decided yet, but there are some very good points.
You're not supposed to be argumentative with me right now. We're trying to help you write your introduction.
I'm
It's
not
not the
trying to
time
be
to argue these
argumentative here.
points with
I
you.
don't know how you could possibly interpret that as argumentative, frankly.
And, like, if you don't know your arguments, and you need to argue your arguments now, you're probably in trouble. And there's nothing I'm going to be able to do that's really going to help you.
Well, you've argued against evolution before. Everything you're saying is super helpful.
Yeah, but so I could just write a speech for you and you could read it.
Yeah, I
But
wouldn't say no to that.
but like, I mean, I don't even know what I do. It's saying that you'd be argumentative about that, and it's like too late. We argue over a whole bunch of points. Like you don't agree with what I'm saying, then what, like it's not your style to just read a speech that I would write. And so I mean we're spending like too much time. Like it's already been an hour, and we haven't even got past the first point because you like to me was extremely simple to say that evolution is not a proper scientific theory because it's not falsifiable. It doesn't make future testable predictions. We still haven't even moved past that, and it's been an hour.
Yeah, I guess it turned out to be a much bigger topic than we thought.
Well, and you thought I'm saying, I mean, there's no skin off my back if you flop tomorrow night. I mean, God forbid, I don't want you to flop tomorrow night, but I mean, you're the one who signed up for the debate on evolution against someone with a PhD in biochemistry.
Well, I guess I'll get my comeuppance, won't I? If I have as bad of karma as you insist.
Well, I mean, you'll see. I mean, like it's testable. We're gonna see. Like my prediction doesn't matter because we'll see tomorrow. And I'm not even making. I'm just trying to help you. But like, no, I mean, it doesn't make
You
sense.
are, honestly, you are, and I'm
We
sorry
wasted
that
an
it doesn't
hour,
seem like I
and you're still
appreciate it.
arguing about the definition. There's not time. We're not debating the philosophy of science right now. I'm trying to help you write an introduction, and arguing an hour about the meaning of falsifiable and predictions was basically probably counterproductive. So I mean, I mean, like it seems like you're not even clear, like on what I said, that you want a clear framing, and I suggested that you open it, saying that evolution is not a proper scientific theory, that you can't, so to say, debunk evolution because it's not even a proper debunkable theory. And so, however, you're going to explain that if you're not going to use falsifiability or future predictions, then however you're going to explain that, good luck. And then you got to go into your points that you're going to say evolution has problems besides the general framework of the general problem that evolution's not even theory in the first a good theory in the first place, that it's specifically problematic because there's internal contradictions to what we know and what evolution would lead one to think that we should know. And your points, if it's on like DNA, and then if you have like ontological things like the nature of water or something like genetic determinism, you're gonna have to figure out into the framing. And so you say so. um, the most generic framework that I said, that evolution is not a proper scientific theory in the first place because proper scientific theories make future testable predictions and are falsifiable, and evolution is neither of the two. Then you're going to go into internal uh, discrepancies within evolution. Like evolution necessitates genetic determinism, and genetic determinism isn't so clear. And if genetic determinism, isn't true, then evolution can't work. Or however you're going to frame that argument. But that's a more specific argument than the generic, framework of evolution being a flawed theory in the first place. And then however your DNA argument, how you're framing that. So I mean, like, how are you framing what's the problem with evolution and DNA? So you're saying that DNA should work in a certain way, and evolution implies that DNA would work in a way that DNA doesn't actually work. So I mean, how are you structuring that argument?
I was thinking about ape DNA, like whatever the most similar to human DNA, the great ape, and comparing that, maybe juxtaposing it with Down syndrome, and then juxtaposing it with possibly, I'm just sort of spitballing here, but I don't remember if I mentioned this to you, that with birds, the chromosome is different. Like XY in humans, the Y is shrunk relative to X, whereas in birds, there's, I think it's like ZX or something. I don't remember exactly. The shrinking is on the other ones, so the slightly shorter DNA is on the female. Anyway, I could sort of argue, well, like, how do we go from evolution via mutation and natural selection to that? Like, how does, like, where's the, that seems like a very large leap is completely unaccounted for.
On the DNA level or the phenotypical level?
I'm saying that if we're intended to believe that this, the theory accounts for the phenotype in terms of the genotype, they're, they want to they want to lob the allegation of God of the gaps. Well, that's pretty fucking big gap.
That's what maybe you put last time I put like the micro macro. Evolution happens on the micro level, which means the
And that's
DNA
what I
level.
brought up. That's what I brought up. That's why I'm being so hesitant now. It's like I brought some of these arguments or tangential arguments to these, and they didn't seem to me like they were understood. And so, if the audience doesn't understand, the person I'm debating against it doesn't appear to understand it. Well, I got to think, okay, I got to present it in a way where there's a better chance that people are going to understand it. That's why I'm stuck, and that's why maybe there's frustration.
Well, this guy's going to understand that. I mean, Mark might not understand audiences, but I'm saying that the Sai's going to understand that.
I don't think he's going to be going for the jugular.
Well, he's probably a nice guy. He's probably not trying to publicly, he's not a teaching.
No,
Not
exactly.
trying to publicly expose you or embarrass you.
Sure.
And he might be like JF, where he's just going to give you a science lesson. He's going to be like, oh, this, well-intentioned, misled, young woman that doesn't know what she's talking about. Let me give you a science lesson in the whole audience. I'm saying that's relatively, probably, reasonably likely what's going to happen. And so they say, this is what you meant to say, but because you don't understand what you're talking about, you didn't properly say it. And then he's going to give his science lesson. And so if you want to avoid that, then you have to, make clear that you're saying that you actually know what you're saying. Or if you don't know what you're saying, then you're structuring a general argument, that your general argument is not dependent upon you being an expert in biochemistry. So, is your general argument dependent on you understanding the exact mechanisms of biochemistry and how DNA and protein synthesis works?
It really depends where my opponent wants to take the debate. So in this case, I'm going to go with no, and that it would be more along the lines of a just discussion, and that would be my goal.
Yeah, but so I mean, the discussion, you'll probably do fine. Even if you don't do fine, it'll just be him using most of the time to give a public lecture. So I mean, I assume, it's not going to be the end of the road. The only thing I could really help you out with is your introduction or debate strategy. So it's saying, like, if you flop, it's probably going to be mostly him spending the time explaining things. I mean, you don't think so?
Well,
If your first affirmative doesn't make any sense, no one understands what the hell you're talking about, and then the debate starts and your arguments aren't clear, then I'm sure this guy could spend the majority of the time just explaining things.
like the time with Jackson Wheat. That was not good.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not good. I mean, it'll be the programming that is saying that's my prediction for how the show will work if you don't do a good performance.
In the opener, you mean?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have a conversation. As the conversation goes, if it's you don't know what you're talking about, and then it's just going to be him explaining these concepts, and then people are going to be like, why the hell is she arguing against evolution? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But I'm saying, in terms of the show, like, I'm sure this guy could do some sort of he wrote a book. He could probably ramble on the whole hour explaining his ideas. But unlike Mark, where in that they it got completely off topic, where it was you explaining your ideas that had almost nothing to do with evolution. So like, I mean,
I
I
was
doubt that.
explaining my model of evolution.
I mean, this guy's a PhD, and he's written a book. Like, he's probably could fill up the time talking about his own ideas, as opposed to Mark, where you're just like, I give up. Like, you just hand you the platform to talk about whatever you wanted to talk about. Like, I doubt that this guy's got a PhD and he's written a few books, so I doubt that's what's going to happen.
It's a real opportunity for personal growth and development for me.
Well, debates are won in research, so it's a day before the debate. Like, you're not going to win the debate in research as the debate, but it's a day before the debate. It's not enough time for you to do research to win a debate in research.
What would you suggest I research if I had more time?
Well, I don't know your arguments. I mean, it's like I spent a good 2 weeks researching my debate for JF. Thoroughly researched the points I was going to argue, and I watched tens of hours of content in preparation. So if you are going to be giving these arguments on DNA, like, you probably want to see the other experts in the field who argue against evolution that give similar arguments. And you only have 1 day to do that. So at this point, like, I don't know what your schedule is tomorrow, that you might hardly have any time for research. So maybe you'll learn the hard way by having a bad performance. Like, proper preparation prevents poor performance, and at this point, it may largely be too late. That if you weren't really prepared for these arguments about DNA or something like that, where you're just
I'm just so relieved I don't have to argue in favor of evolution. I was actually very nervous because I was like, how the hell am I going to defend this? But now that he expects me to go against it, it's like, okay, it's a lot easier. I know this is probably stupid, and I will probably fail at this debate. You're probably right, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's not sounding good. And like, even just how you're being argumentative with me about like word meanings or something like that, you can't even give me like a logical framing of how you're going to structure your arguments. And then we wasted an hour like talking about the philosophy of science when I wanted you to structure your arguments. So I don't even know your arguments. It's like, now we've been talking about this almost 2 hours, and I don't even know what the hell you're going to argue. I just know that the arguments I suggested you argued with me against. Like so like no, like, it looks pretty disastrous, God forbid.
I see this one in particular as a political exercise to grow my networking skills, simply because James presented it to me as a friendly debate. So I mentioned earlier, I think, that I wanted to break down the intro into 3 parts, 3 main arguments, one of which was going to be a commentary on how evidence for God and evidence for consciousness is often conflated. And the other
God forbid
2...
James is going to lose a bunch of money, and trying to fill out debates in order to get people more excited about his debate con. And he's probably like simping. He's like, oh, I need more women. But like, in reality, people will see the debate like, what the hell? I'm not going paying to go to Texas to hear a bunch of people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, I could know what I'm talking about, but then no one's going to understand me. So I think the goal should be to...
I don't think so. I'm saying, like, no, if you knew what you're talking about, people would understand. And you make the structure. If you knew what you were talking about,
that's like saying, well, if you knew what you're talking about, people would understand your theory on consciousness. It's like, at no point in history have everyone understood consciousness.
If you knew what you were talking about, you would know what people would understand and what they wouldn't. Just like I said, you could make the argument, like I said, like a 15-year-old kid could understand that evolution does not make future testifiable predictions. You can't you can't go into a lab and prove or disprove evolution because it doesn't make predictions like that, future testable, falsifiable predictions. So if you understood your arguments, and if you're talking about something that required calculus and quantum mechanics, you would know that people aren't going to understand that. So I would say the exact opposite. If you know what you're talking about, you know what people are going to understand and what they don't. It's like the science of expertise. That If you're an expert in something, you know what a beginner is going to understand and what an intermediate's going to understand and what an expert's going to understand because you're the expert and you've been through those stages. And if you're talking to a beginner,
Do you actually think I can correct people's misapprehensions about evolution in a what 65-minute debate or whatever?
no, you could give over some basic arguments that every single person who watched is going to be able to repeat a few arguments and understand a few of your arguments. And if you did a good debate, that someone who has an advanced degree in physics is going to have things to think about that they haven't thought about or you explained on a deeper level. So you want to accomplish all of the above, and that's what I'm trying to help you with. And like I feel like I'm talking to a wall, like I made zero progress in this. And like we're still arguing about like the philosophy of science and like that's why I tried to explain to you in giving your introduction
Okay.
that you're going to start out with general arguments that a 15-year-old kid would understand of your general structure of the problems with evolution, and then you're going to go in more details on the points, and those points are going to be things that are much more complicated and are going to require things that your average person is not going to understand. If you know what you're talking about, it shouldn't be that difficult to frame things to it's like a meta level where you're taking you're gonna go from a big picture that people with little understanding of science or philosophy could understand the big picture arguments of the fundamental flaws in evolution to the center, like when you get like, like your 4 to 8, 4 to 8 minutes, like your center of your speech is going to be in detail technical arguments that most people aren't going to understand. And then towards the end, you're closing, you're gonna go back out to the bigger picture and frame it back in the larger understandable way that even like someone in junior high school with just the fundamental basics of what science is going to understand the structure of your argument. Am I not making sense to you? I mean, this is just
You're
like the
making total
basis
sense to me, and that's
of
a
like
great
writing,
it's a great goal
like
to have.
if you got Strunken Whites and like like how to write an essay, like you have your introduction, your thesis statement, your first paragraph, then you have your three, like your typical 5 paragraph essay, and your opening statement, your thesis statement, then your three, support paragraphs, and then your closing paragraph. So I mean, it's similar. You're gonna have your opening paragraph that's going to lay out the structure of your arguments and your thesis statement. And then you're going to have your internal, like 3 paragraphs. They're going to be detailed points. And then you're going to have your closing paragraph that's going to go back out to a restatement of the general arguments and the main points of your points. And so I'm saying that your internal part of your arguments, they say like, yeah, it could be that a lot of those, if you don't have um you haven't taken a sophomore, freshman sophomore level of science, chemistry, biology, physics, that it's going to go past a lot of them. But your introductory argument and your rehash closing argument, should at least know like, okay, there's some kind of problem with DNA, even if they don't even understand DNA that much. But yeah, that even your 15-year-old kid that only took high school biology is going to be able to have some sort of ability to repeat what your argument is related to DNA. I don't see why how what I'm saying is not perfectly clear.
Well, it's
I,
clear that you're saying that if somebody can repeat my argument, that means something.
well, I'm saying there'll be a successful introduction, and it's saying if you don't do a good introduction, then no one's going to know what the hell you're talking about, and it's saying that your excuse that it's complicated is not accurate. Saying like it's like Einstein's theory of relativity. 15-year-old kids could understand the basics like energy and mass. Like what's energy and mass? They're transferable. There's an equation. Like 10-year-old kids If you ask them, like, what's Einstein's theory of relativity, there's a lot of 10-year-old kids that could tell you the basics of what it is. So if you give a proper
That's true.
introduction, every single person who watches the program is going to walk away knowing some of the arguments that you made. I mean, are you disagreeing with me? You're arguing just to be argumentative, or honestly, you don't understand what I'm saying?
I'm just going based off my last experience defending that position, and based on the result, it seemed like a lot of people were angry, and it was unclear to me to what extent they understood what I said. And so this time I wanted to dial it back to something where there's a greater probability of comprehension.
Yeah,
And
because you
so what I
didn't.
was bringing up was the issues I'd encountered previously with comprehension, which I think sort of got interpreted as me like
Yeah, but this
arguing
is like
against you.
basic, like writing an essay, like Strunk and White, like speech, like introduction, in depth, conclusion, restatement of main ideas, because you didn't do that. So like you have, so like, I mean,
That's true.
this point, like that's you have a whole day to write your introduction. Like you should be able to way to frame your general arguments where you were giving an introduction to the fundamental problems with evolution. 12 minutes is a long time. Like I don't know, you mean, like you could probably say, um, like 150 words a minute. You're talking like 1,500 words. It's really like a full like a 2-page essay. So I mean, you're talking like more than a 5-paragraph typical essay.
I just Googled how many words in a 5-minute speech, 750 words. Uh, so what does that translate for? Let's see, for 12 minutes.
Well, I mean, 1,500 to 2,000 words.
It says 1,500. Yeah.
So I mean, you're going to have
That's
plenty of
not
time.
very many words, is it?
It's a lot of words. That's like a paragraph is like that's like 10 paragraphs.
I used to be a typist, so to me, 60 words a minute. You know, see, what's 1560 divided by 60?
You have 12
Like
minutes. You could go
26
in
minutes of
depth
typing. That's almost nothing.
about technical stuff. You could lose the audience in the middle.
I
But I'm saying,
know,
but you'd
that's
be
why we're
clear.
having this conversation right now, and I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, so stop being argumentative and saying like I'm just trying to help you. Like
I
don't
apologize.
like you're not debating me now. I'm helping you write a speech. You're not don't prepare for the debate by debating me.
It was an explanation as to why I may not include those aspects in the speech, not a debate against you. I don't want to get into an argument. It is merely an explanation as to why I may not use those points due
Yeah,
to
I'm saying like
prior
it's been
problems
like
I've
an
had with
hour
them.
now. Like because you're debating me. Like and saying it's a waste of both of our times. Like saying you have like a PowerPoint, like it's like 10 paragraphs, like saying like what's your introduction and what are the points and how to structure it. That's what we should be talking about. Like you shouldn't be practicing your debate on me now. You should be coming up like what's your arguments and how are you going to structure them. If you don't have arguments, you're in trouble. So like like I can't even help you. Like you're right, you should already have your list of arguments. So if you're coming to me right now, it's like crap. I don't even have any arguments. I don't even know what I'm going to argue. Like you're in trouble. And then I'm so I'm just because I've debate I know a lot about evolution, so I'm giving you a list of possible arguments, and so you're debating me on these points. And I'm saying like it's too late for that.
Okay.
And so we're gonna get nothing out of it. Like
Well,
you're
this was
not even
very
gonna have
helpful for me. I'm sorry if you don't feel the same, but it was very insightful for me. I think it would be a lot better for debate than it would have been if we hadn't done this. So don't sell yourself short. Definitely helps me. But yeah, I mean, a historical review. I guess I have to include a historical review. The question is, how long should it go on for?
I don't know why you don't need a historical review for it's not a scientific paper. Like no, I mean I don't think you need a historical review.
Not even a little one? Because I did give one, I think, on the T-Jump debate.
Because you were arguing for pantheism. No, I mean, I don't think you want to. I mean, you can, but like, no, I don't think. I mean, you could give a little bit like a frame in your framing, but you don't want to waste your time explaining evolution.
I was more trying to give a contextual historical framing. Remember, like I did with, I mentioned a couple of people from history who had pantheist,
Yeah, but you're
pantheist
arguing in
adjacent
negative here.
ideas.
So I mean, you have to. I mean, if they put you in the first, you're arguing in negative.
I'm arguing against the interpretation of I'm arguing against a particular interpretation of evolution.
You want to spend as much as possible your time putting forward the arguments against evolution. So if it necessitates you explaining evolution, that's taking away from the time that you could be using to argue against it. You see what I'm saying? You're taking a
I
negative
do
here.
see what you're
So you
saying.
don't
That's
want
why
to
I
be,
wasn't
it's not like
sure how much
you're not
time.
arguing in favor of pantheism here. You're arguing against evolution. So any time that you use explaining evolution is time that you can't be using explaining the arguments against it. So if it necessitates you to explain parts of evolution so that you could argue against it, you have to look at that as a minus, because you using your time to explain what you're arguing against is taking away from the time that you could be using arguing against.
Yeah, I guess that all ends up on estimating how well the audience understands the topic.
Well, I mean, you want a PowerPoint, you might even want like a word for word, like if it's like 1,500 words, you might even want to write it out, type it out, read it, practice.
Honestly, that is probably the best idea. And I think I will attempt this, just a pure recitation, zero improv.
Yeah, I mean, you would have been better off if you had done that before, and that's what we were doing right now. And I was listening to your, we were working off of something.
I do have notes here, but I guess they're just not.
I mean, you could call me tomorrow if you want. Like I'm saying, we could. It's not that important. I'm saying just a modern day debate. Like you're not getting paid. You've already been on the show, but I mean, yeah, you want to put in a good performance, and I don't know what you got stuff to do tomorrow. You don't have to spend like every waking hour from now to tomorrow preparing for this debate, but you at least want to perfect. Definitely you want to prepare a good PowerPoint. Do something, and if you have time to write out 1,500 words to to read from, I mean, you could message me and I could look over it. If you don't have time,
Thank you.
You don't have time. I guess you don't even have like a flow chart of your arguments, so we could help structure it. So like I don't know if we could do much more, because you don't even really have a good flow chart of what your arguments are to think about how you want to structure those.
Definitely giving me a lot to think about. Well, we've been at it for 4.5 hours, so want to wrap up? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you could do the night before the debate. So we could have done a Thursday night debate prep. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just modern day debate. It's not, saying if you want to argue about, you're going to serious about debate. You'll probably debate against evolution again, and but I would focus on trying, like I said, like there shouldn't be any argument of it. Like it should be clear to you that every single person watching, or the majority, anybody that seriously pay attention, is going to walk away with some clear, understandable problems in evolution that they could quote you on. And if you're giving in detail technical stuff that your average person doesn't understand, that's good, but structure it in a way that that's in the center, that you have some sort of larger framing introduction that is easy to understand, even if some of the ideas are like abstruse, like falsifiability or testable predictions. If you do think those words need to be defined, and you want to spend a minute talking about what falsibility is, or like a history of falsibility, you can. And then and then you could go in detail. Like you could add your own theory of DNA. You could put that in there. You have 12 minutes. That's a lot of time. You could even have like 2 minutes where you explain your own understanding of DNA and complicated things, but just as long as it's structured in a way that someone was watching, like, oh, and then she rambled for like a few minutes about her own theory on DNA, and I didn't understand what she was talking about, but I still understood that the general structure of the arguments, that she was saying that there's some general thing that evolution points to, this should be the way it works, but that's not how she thinks that it actually works. That at least like the structure, that even like a kid would understand that was the structure of your argument, even if they didn't understand any of the bulk of what you were actually saying.
Yeah,
And
it's a good idea.
your
I should mention
PowerPoint.
the balls.
Yeah, I mean, you could even your 12 minutes is a lot of time. So the point is, you have your PowerPoint.
I'm just thinking of the time on Lowell's channel, and how long was that lecture? I feel like it was 45 minutes. And I don't even think they were actually coming in with questions. I want to say 45 minutes, and maybe I'm just remembering it totally wrong. You know what I'm talking about?
On reincarnation, yeah. I mean,
I think it's centered more on consciousness, but maybe it was reincarnation. That seemed like it needed to be that long. Evolution, if I was going to actually go into my theory on evolution, yeah, you bet I'd need at least 45 minutes. I would go even with like 2 hours, and it would have to be people I could check halfway through that they were actually paying attention. Not even
when that's
halfway
like
through,
your
like minutes
networking,
into it.
like your teaser. I mean, your main purpose is, saying it's like a proper debate. You're not there to self promote yourself in your own theories. You're there to give to but it doesn't mean you can't throw a little of that in your introduction. But it
Sure.
should be clear, like what you're doing, and it should be clear in your introduction, in your general framework, and even if you're saying that and now now you're giving your own theory and understanding of DNA, that it should be clear to everybody that that's what you're doing, and that's so to say periphery to the heart of the debate, and whether people understand your theories of DNA, that doesn't matter to the main arguments of why evolution is problematic. And they're saying that if people want to hear more of your theories, they could check you out, or seek more of that, and just be clear, and so it's not like a bait and switch where you're just trying to use the platform to self promote. Saying like your purpose is to give clear explanations to people of the problems of evolution, but 12 minutes is a lot of time. You could throw in a good 2-3 minutes of your own promoting your own theories.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah. So good luck with that. I guess
Thanks.
if you're going to be on Amy, like maybe if I'm up, I should be up. So maybe I'll pop on Amy's. I'm not sure if they'll. I mean, if it's going to be a good debate, maybe I'll flow it. So like I'll try to watch it, and hopefully you'll prepare a good PowerPoint and introduction, and maybe hopefully it'll be a flowable debate, and maybe I'll flow it, and then if Amy wants, I'll come on the show and go over the flow afterwards. Or otherwise, we could go over the flow on next week. We can review.
Awesome. Look forward to it. Talk to you
Okay.
then.
Yeah. Good luck tomorrow. Take care. Blessings.
Blessings. Okay, I've still got the comments back at Daryl's original question here, so let's have a look. Do I think punctuated equilibrium is a good argument? It's a description. Punctuated equilibrium is looking at the evidence and saying, based on this entire corpus of evidence, it as a corpus, as a collection, can be described as punctuated equilibrium. And what that means is equilibrium, not much change. Punctuation, change. A line connecting the species that is said to have come before the one I've evolved into is punctuated relative to the time intervals over which these processes take place. So it's not an argument, it's just a description. An argument is when you take a description or a series of facts, a more or less uncontroversial thing, and interpret it in a manner that may be controversial. I'm just scrolling down to see if there's anything that I should answer before we wrap up. I hope it goes well. Kaiface says you can't falsify that which is true. Yeah, I agree with that. And in my experience, people will pull this into the Russell's teapot thing. I don't know what that's supposed to establish. And I'm sort of inclined to more or less say least action principle. And if you want to posit things that are valid but not sound in the sense that they're speculative, hypothetical speculations that can't be falsified, somehow meaning something in terms of an argument, doesn't seem to follow. So there's a huge amount of confusion. Huge amount of confusion there. If something's unfalsifiable, it means it's unable to be proven false. That's the technical definition. And then there's this baggage of the historical stuff, right? Historical influence historical influence of the meaning. So people more or less equate unfalsifiable to the teapot thing. It's not quite that simple. I'm gonna think, is gravity falsifiable? And I've had these arguments before. They're too obscure. So I agree, but it's basically pointless unless I don't mind arguing stuff that no one understands. Marshall, I don't particularly want to argue that. It's gone pretty horribly. I'm thinking, in the past, just how not professional those exchanges were. I don't want to say I don't want to debate this topic, but I really don't want to debate this topic. I kind of wanted to get it out of the way and then hopefully not have to come back to it. Generally, I guess I'll say we'll see. I just, whatever. So Daryl yet again is ranting about being upset about special knowledge. So I keep having to come back to this point here. That at some point it becomes obscure when you start to reason about primordial archetypes like consciousness or self. At some point you encounter the limitations of your own consciousness in the form of things that could be said to be analogous to optical illusions, except they're consciousness illusions. So instead of, a hilariously cute picture that looks like it's moving when it's not, it's a little more intense, a little deeper, a lot deeper, in fact. So, I keep coming back to it because it's relevant when people are not understanding or when they're expecting things to be, oh, things ought to be simple. They ought to be, you ought to be able to explain it right away in a simple, fast way. And it, this must be this simple and no more complex than this. I hate to say it, but the person who doesn't know doesn't set the conditionals on knowledge. And we can talk about, I don't know, I call my quantum computer prototype thing. I don't think anyone really wants to do that though, but if someone has special knowledge with regards to the material nature of light, okay. But if somebody uh, wants to just pick apart someone else's understanding of the material nature of light, it's kind of like you're not adding anything to the conversation because you're just derailing a point that I guess it's not landing. This importance of all these things that have to be considered simultaneously to the problem itself aren't being understood as important. All right, so I'm trying to scroll through here to find, I forgot where, okay, my chat like snapped and I'm not even sure where I was anymore. So if anyone has any questions, please ask them in the chat. I may have lost them in process of scrolling. Yeah, people are saying Doovid was tough. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that I'm giving the best presentation of the arguments as possible. And Daryl alleges I'm not a good gauge of what people understand. Look, I'm going based on what exactly here? What am I going based on? The reaction to my last evolution debate. The reaction to my last evolution debate. Based on those comments, it really didn't seem like people understood much of what I was saying. I could be wrong on that. I could be very wrong on that. But have a look at the comments yourself. They were just, there were actually some criticisms of my reasoning process, but a lot of it was just sort of a knee jerk, well, you're obviously wrong type of reaction. Yeah, I don't know. The debate stuff. Well, we could talk about it later. Like, I don't really want heat, and I've had enough conversations to see where the disagreements are irreconcilable, and it's about a value proposition. Like, I'm here to minimize harm, and some of these debates are more harm than good. Moral outrage Provid says, I know you can win. You need a chessboard of arguments. Yeah. Grow Johnny Grow says I should surround myself by people or with people who appreciate my potential. People who are, I don't want to say sycophants, but fair weather people are just that. They're there when it's convenient, and then they're the first one to not be there. So appreciating my potential isn't really something that is, it's not on my radar. People want to appreciate their own potential. Great. I hope I can share in that. And I'm just looking at these comments in the chat. I do appreciate that the comments are more on topic today. That's nice. Oh, Daryl says I need him. I'm just looking at the newer comments here. I can see them both. It's nice. I got two computers. Hard bullet points. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm going to take it very seriously. I definitely will be looking at the position, and also trying to like I want to learn from the last time, because I mean, maybe in a way it's good to like poke people and really get them riled up so that they can hopefully look back and why did I react so strongly? But then to continue riling people up is like, well, okay, you're just a troll then. And that's not me. Something that doesn't appeal to authority. Okay. This is just going to keep coming up here. So how do we get out of solipsism, aka the fact that the self is all that can be known to exist? How do we, I don't want to say get past that fact. I don't think you can, but how do we deal with it? Well, appeals to authority. Cogito ergo sum is an appeal to the authority of the cogito as evidence of sum. And then you can appeal to things like math and physics and the feeling, I guess, of complete knowledge that it gives that may be more than a feeling. All right, let's see here. We have two different views on how the audience will receive the knowledge. Oh yeah, like that's the great thing about the shows, that the views are so different. And I'm just sort of too old-fashioned in a way, because like everything I'm thinking of is just helping people on their path towards spiritual realization. So I'm doing all these faux pas and everyone's like, oh man, you're a weirdo. And then it's like, well, nobody wants to learn from the weirdos. So okay, whoops, I got to try a different approach now. All right, looks like I've got to the end of the questions. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, evolution is one of those things that is extremely slippery. So I noticed, I learned, well, noted, internalized that what I've been calling the Socratic two steps actually a Mott and Bailey fallacy. So the description that species are adapted to their environment, as you know, qualifying that as a description of biology. Okay. Well, is that falsifiable? Let's forget falsifiable. Is that true? Is that something that we can establish as true scientifically? Well, I don't think we need science to establish that things are adapted, animals are adapted to their environment. Take it, anglerfish that has, I think that's the one that has the light actually growing out of its forehead. So the first thing that ought to pop into mind is it grew that light because it's in a dark place. So the need for the light arose from the dark environment, and everything that had a light enjoyed a advantage over everything that didn't have a light in this particular environment. Well, sure. Who could deny that? There's so much evidence, right? And you get camouflage. That's another one. I think camouflage is probably your best argument to just the generic, the easy one, the easy to defend thesis. But is that what people mean when they say evolution? No, they mean something very specific, which is this random mutation, blah, 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 blah. Those who've been around for a while know, you've seen me go up against the people who defend, this view on evolution. It hasn't gone well, necessarily, but I'm very optimistic that it could go better in the future. If we had a closed ecosystem in a jar, how long until we could see any sign of evolution? Well, this is again the problem. we keep encountering and equating the devolution and evolution. And I don't know why I keep losing people. It's a real shame. I wish it wasn't the case. But I can pull up this. This is the one I tend to look at. Brassica oleracea. Not sure if I'm saying that right. So you have just one root type, which can be, I call this devolution. What you could also say is a particular adaptation. I don't want to say necessarily a domain specific adaptation, because what's introducing these variations is the farmer. The farmer is saying, well, I'm going to select for leaves, for stem, and so forth. And so this is cited as evolution, except this really doesn't take long to happen. You can get this effect within one lifetime. And there are just not that many macroevolution events. So first of all, the potential frequency of a macroevolution event versus a microevolution event. So all these are microevolution events. Why? Because they're just like it's literally happening on a very short time scale. And that's what I call de-evolution. And de-evolution in the sense that there exists a potential in the one on top, and that potential is lost when it becomes domain adapted to the cabbage, Brussels sprouts, etc. Can we go back from kohlrabi to brassica? No, we can't. So that's sort of the idea, is that what made brassica in the first place isn't the same mechanism that allows brassica to then become domain adapted into broccoli, cauliflower, etc. They're obviously both governed by causality. But to say that is just the same thing as saying, well, the anglerfish is adapted to its domain. Well, yeah. It's reasonable to assume that the reason it has that light is because it's in the dark. But that doesn't actually say materially how the light came about. There's a step of speculation where all these assumptions about how the mechanism of evolution works are included there. And that's where a lot of these misunderstandings are arising from. Aren't I writing a book? Kind of, but I'd rather honestly have conversations to some extent. And then the book can be when the conversations start to have a converging kind of quality. Moral Outrage Private says, I can't reconcile that if evolution is a result of pressure and there's no pressure, nothing happens. What is it? Well, pressure, we're looking at pressure from what direction? Because there's probably more than one cause we could identify as pressure. Usually when they say evolutionary pressure, that's the drive to make the light brighter on the anglerfish. And the pressure will always be there because the sun is always giving more light pressure. So that's it. Whoops, if I answered that question twice. I don't even know. I'm a little bit tired here. Let's see here. Is evolution only a physical change or also a physiological change? I don't quite understand it. Yeah, well, I mean, not to sound cliched here, but who really understands evolution? Like, I think people understand parts of mechanisms, and there's been a great deal of cataloging done of particular compound shapes. But to go from an observation, you don't even need science to observe that there is some kind of a connection between how something looks, aka the phenotype, and the environment. Is basically undeniable. And then jumping to genotype is the part that becomes, and also random mutation. I suppose I could say that randomness is unestablished. There's no evidence of randomness, but then I'm basically in the same territory as arguing against free will. Is that because to some extent I don't want to make arguments that don't change minds, like it's just self-indulgent. So yeah, it's evolution is definitely a good place to start if you want to see a lot of faith statements that are often quite unsubstantiated. But yeah, I don't know what to say here. I'm just going to keep reading the chat. Okay. Did lava evolve into rock? Well, that's a different question because then you got to ask where'd the lava come from? And then you're asking questions about, well, where'd the planet come from? And then you're into a big discussion because we got to establish, well, did the planet form by accretion or did it form by exclusion or something else? And when we agree on that, yeah, and so on and so forth. So I would say the whole did lava evolve into rock? That's a bit of a troll, right? It's like kind of trying to push the definitions of words to meaninglessness. Bit of a misunderstanding of the neti technology there. Could the sun also be giving information, or is this pretty much a known fact? Yeah, that's another huge topic. Like, I like to preface it as what's the difference between data and information? Because data is just generic signal, something derivative of a signal, right? And they say it's signal, sometimes they say signals intelligence, right? But I distinguish data, aka product signals, from information, which I define as actual form attributes. So information about a sphere would be things like its radius. Basically be the set of primitive elements you need to fully define something. So is the sun giving information? Well, it's giving data, but there's really not that much information at all. There's only 3 + 1 information, technically. And then it's a question of, well, how relationalized is additional redundant information? How is that ultimately relationalized as fundamental 3 + 1? So to say that the sun is giving information, it's not necessarily inaccurate. It's just more a question of why would you choose that particular combination of words. The point of a particular word combo is not that it's not inaccurate. The point is it's maximally accurate. Selective pressure could be evolution itself. So something will evolve that will place the pressure on something else in the system. This is like your length being a length thing again, Daryl. You have an obsession with self-reference. The way that evolution works, okay, is by evolution. Did everyone know that? My opponent may try to says dark matter and battle rap. Evolution is a change in species over time. Who can argue that species don't change over time? That's tough. Yeah, I'm not going to be arguing that. It's going to be about how the change happens. And I'm going to be attempting to establish that genetic variation as a driver of phenotypic multiplicity is not a link that has been established to the degree that we require to be established to establish that model of evolution as scientific. My native friend says that the sun sends light codes that tell the species what to do. Thoughts? Don't know that I have any thoughts. It's a nice image. See, again, I hope people are understanding what I'm saying about evolution here, that from the one perspective, it's not possible to argue against it because it's something you can establish as validated or at least supported by evidence without even needing science. And you can say, like, oh, look at the dog. It's so much friendlier than a wolf. Well, why? Well, because it became adapted to being owned by humans instead of being out in the elements. Oh, okay, that's obvious. You don't need any type of abstractions. That's, I'm talking about empirical. There's empirical evidence for one of the definitions of evolution. And I think maybe the only argument against it is some type of, well, God did it thing. And the question is, do I take the God did it path? I'm just kidding. I look forward to the debate, and I appreciate everybody tuning in and contributing. I don't see any more questions, so wrap it up for now. I've got a slightly different closer, just a relaxing clip that I made yesterday. And I hope you enjoy. See you tomorrow. And it looks like Daryl has jumped in with another question. Evolution of one species might be a consequence of the evolution of another species. Yes, of course, there's continuity between. Okay, look, I'm not going to deny that there's some type of continuity, okay? Watch the music video, Fatboy Slim, right here, right now, okay? What you're saying is basically, excuse me, basically the plot of that music video. All right, so evolution of one species might be a consequence of the evolution of another species. Birds might need longer beaks to get food from deeper flowers. Is that a hard concept? Is that self-referencing? No, that's a well-known concept. I think it's coevolution. Not 100% certain here, but, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but moral, I don't know, I just read the chat. There's anybody? Coevolution? Bueller? Well, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of that is just bees and flowers and how, yeah, that is the term. It appears, or a match made in heaven. Okay, so this is a little bit like, it's not exactly like punctuated equilibrium, but it's along the same lines. It's looking at evidence and it's saying, it really seems like these two organisms needed each other, and there's no reason to disbelieve they would have needed each other in the past. It's not a model. It's a description of a particular observed effect. And we can observe right now that bees need flowers, and some flowers need bees. So that's not something that, could argue against. Then to go to the step of, the next step would be to say, well, how did coevolution come about? And there's no answers within the way it's being framed right now, because how do we go from non-life to life? That's not clear. As people keep repeating constantly, evolution has nothing to do with abiogenesis. It's really only a model that applies to pre-existing life. So evolution can drive evolution. Evolution is not the cause of evolution. Evolution is something that is caused, and it's caused on an ongoing basis. Okay? And the question is, what causes it? Yeah, maybe I don't know why your obsession with self-reference, but informationally, self-reference terminates. Something else is responsible. That's not the effect. It's driving the effect. And I brought this up on the last one, and I simply said that the total biomass, I'm not talking about individual bees, but the total biomass of a species will evolve. The direction of evolution is that will be more effective at increasing entropy. Someone was asked about thermodynamics. How's this tie into thermodynamics? Well, bulk biomass abides by same rules of entropy. Bulk biomass is approximately a closed system. So it's going to go in a direction which minimizes the effect of what's going on outside of it, which is constantly more energy coming in. So it's constantly improving its ability to diminish increasing energy, aka it's increasing its capacity for digestion at the total biomass level. You know, sure, you can argue, well, the T-Rex could digest more efficiently or better than us in some sense because it's larger per individual, but it's not about necessarily per individual, it's the total biomass. But you can also say that per individual, there ought to also be a general trend towards more efficient digestion. Both of those effects should happen, but the only place where it necessarily has to happen is on the bulk level. I don't know if that's obvious, but a model versus an observation is not the same thing. An observation is a pattern that you can point to, like coevolution, and say, oh, that's happening, or punctuated equilibrium. Okay. And we can even, if we want to be super charitable, say that expansion, when talking about the Big Bang, oh, that's an observation. It's not a model, though. Because a model has to have some type of a geometric argument where it's saying, this is the simplified version of the mechanics, geometric or algebraic, let's say, and it's generally or usually a argument about the mechanical state of the system. Let's go back to these questions here. If not evolution, then what would make these species change? Or is that not something I will argue? Well, I agree that evolution happens. I disagree that it is driven by mutation and randomness, because neither of those is substantiated. So if by evolution we mean something driven by mutation in the way described by most scholars, well, I don't agree with that. But evolution in the general big tent evolution, yes, I agree. There is an adaptation of a species to its environment. Physically, what an animal does is minimize the environment's effect on it and its effect on the environment. But mostly it's smaller, so the effect of the environment on it is bigger. So mostly what species is doing is reversing the effect of the environment on it. I see a lot of people using the word pressure. Maybe that is a good term intuitively. Can a power cell charge itself? Well, the universe is kind of a self-charging battery, isn't it? There isn't anybody that needs to instantiate the universe because it's self-instantiated, so it's self-powered. So I guess you could say there's one self-charging battery. And maybe that is not a bad metaphor, because I keep coming back to this example about temporality versus causality and sort of trying to explain the mechanism of the creation of time, but also having to get people in that mindset that if you're expecting this to be a quick and easy, understand it in a couple minutes type run through, pay shitty attention to it, like you're kind of way off as regards what it takes to get anywhere with understanding this stuff. All right. If not driven by mutation, then what would it be driven by? Well, mutation is something that we can establish is happening. I mean, there's no question about it. Mutation happens. And that's because the conditions in biological organisms are highly variable. Compare that to like a computer, you know, computer's way more controlled than what we have. So mutations happen. You could point to evidence for mutations happening everywhere. Now, from that to mutations are driving how variation in the species, just look at how often there actually are phenotypic variations. Really not that often. What does it mean genetically for there to be a different phenotype as a result of some change that happened on a much smaller timeline than the total lifespan of the species that existed before and after the event of transition, right? So now we're talking about how do we account for punctuated equilibrium? What could possibly be a model that would account for punctuated equilibrium? Well, when we look at, you know, that, I mean, I guess we could start with just looking up the term. And I think the people who've been watching for a while probably know where I'm going with this. But it's by its very structure implying something quantum mechanical. What do I believe mutations are driven by? Oh my gosh, mutations can be driven by tons of things. And when you're talking about domain-specific adaptation, which is what I called de-evolution, that effect can happen on a really small time scale. Like remember brassica, that involves genetic changes. You can call them mutations. I don't know if I would call it a mutation because then you're sort of saying, well, something deleterious is the same as something that we intentionally select for. But okay, if what turns brassica into like broccoli is a mutation, okay, I'll agree that it does change the genetic code to have a plant undergo domain-specific adaptation in the interest of farming it. That's fine. But the question is that the same mechanism that's generating the effect we recognize as punctuated equilibrium? And I'm saying that that's not the first conclusion we ought to draw because the time scales don't line up. Cannot establish punctuated equilibrium on one. Let's have a look here, like what type of a time scale we're talking about. So, I mean, they're calling it a model, but really it's, I mean, it's a model in the sense that it's something that may or may not line up with the evidence. I guess in my mind, a model has to go a step further and actually justify the geometry. But I guess, yeah. But just so people are aware, like M year, that's really big. I'm not sure if it's mega year or what, but yeah. By changing the genetic code, isn't it just suppressing certain parts and awakening others? Okay, yeah. So the question is, okay, so you have to realize that there's more than one model that is consistent with the evidence. There may be some extent to which this mutation model is consistent with evidence. Obviously, there's limits. We can't establish evidence for randomness, right? That's a big hole. So what are the possibilities? The DNA causes the body, or something other than the DNA causes the body and causes the DNA. So it's really just a question of what can be attributed as the cause of everything else. i.e., the thing that can exist in the absence of other things and can give rise to other things. So it seems pretty clear that DNA does give rise to other things, but is also clear that it's not DNA that gives rise to the phenotype, because the amount of information in the DNA is not enough to account for the phenotypic variation. The way that it presents itself cannot be accounted for simply with genetic variability. Just not enough of it. By changing the genetic code. Okay, yeah, so I've already answered that. But yeah, I'm basically saying there's a light wave form that mediates the body. And you can look at the DNA as some sort of connection point between the light body and the physical body, because the DNA is the way that the information in the light body is transferred into the physical body. And that needs to happen because the light body draws its energy from the physical body, which projects it. If someone gene edited an ape, they could make a human. No, have they done that? I don't know that that has been established. Should we want these kinds of experiments to even take place in the first place? Phenotype is also subject to genetic drift, how far the animal can travel and find a different phenotype. That's why locales are largely BS. If there is a jungle and different phenotypes in different sections, well, that's because you're looking at a system that has multiple causes. Try to shove everything onto just one cause. Oh, it's just the genetics. Well, yeah, you might miss a couple, like you might miss a lot of subtlety. So you just need to get comfortable with the idea that multiple things can be true at the same time, even if they don't sound like the exact same thing. More than one thing can be true at once. There's like almost, there, yeah, sure, can't have literal contradictions both be true at once, but everything else is pretty much allowable. And sometimes that's the case. So there's your first assumption, which is that the life exists to minimize the effect. It's basically a Le Chatelier's principle type of argument. Life exists to minimize the effect of the sun on the planet. And how do we get from there to the next step? Well, then we have Le Chatelier's principle between the animal and its environment, and say, well, it's minimizing the effect of the environment on the animal, which means you're going to get your anglerfish type of stuff. That's a really extreme example, but you could see it sort of in all animals that their qualities fit well with the terrain, in the sense that they minimize the effect of the terrain on the animal. And then we can go to another step, right? Because it's not just, if you want to call that competition, it's not just, but sort of just be more generally, the Le Chatelier principle applied isn't only applied between a species and its environment, it's applied between the species and other species. Any species that in any way shares the quote, I don't know, I think it's called trophic level with the given species, there's going to be some effect. That's why it quickly becomes a very complicated model. That's why you got to get the primitives right and understand it as a thermodynamical system, accurately modeled thermodynamic system. And so then you just let the microstates, I don't want to say vibrate here, but you let the microstates go through all their possible configurations, and then you're golden. And that's how I look at life, as microstates iterating. And as the energy increases, the net energy always increases because the atmosphere locks it in. As that happens, it's just increasing the local 0 point energy. So the absolute 0 point energy in the universe is the dark matter. That's the lowest energy, no boundary, nothing, just mass. We have very high energy compared to that, because not only do we have a planet, that can mediate light, but we also have an atmosphere which binds that light and totally internally refracts it effectively through the action of the moon. Hard to visualize a little bit, but the moon makes it so that the heat energy in escaping water that would be boiling off the surface of the earth is scooped in and held in the atmosphere. Not sure if it's self-evident that the baseline energy of earth will continue to increase simply because it's always exposed to the sun, and there's just nowhere for there to be any meaningful quote evaporation of that heat, right? Because space is not like it is here in the atmosphere. There's no heat, needs something to conduct it. There isn't much to conduct heat in space. So yeah, the main driver of evolution is the perpetually increasing 0 point energy on the surface of the planet. First, it was just simple stuff, and then it just goes up and up and up. And because we live in a universe subject to the principles of quantum mechanics, these state transitions are also subject to the principle of quantization, i.e., stepwise transitions. Look at it as just two competing models. One is continuous, a straight line. The other one is discrete, and that's usually understood as a stair stepping. And that is one of the key components of quantum. Quantization just means one. Quantity. Evolution says we came from rocks and stars, I guess. Well, I mean, I don't think evolution is really saying that, because by its own admission, evolution starts post the abiogenesis event. So we're already past the point of whatever form of the planet being all finished. Moral Outrage Prophet says it's all speculation. Well, yeah, it's speculation, but the idea with science is that it can move us past speculation. So the point of what I hope to do in this debate is show the right way that science can move us past speculation. If the atmosphere traps energy and it increases, we should be able to measure a decrease when it happens. Decrease of what? Well, the sun is always losing potential energy in a sense, and we I guess we say we know that because stars have a finite lifetime. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Looking forward to the debate. Appreciate all the questions and contributions. Till next time.